In today's episode,
What's up? What's up? We'll watch some Mr. Ballin while I eat.
I'm going to tell you two stories. The first story you're going to hear is about this village in Africa where people keep turning up dead and nobody knows why until they do a stakeout. And the second and final story you'll hear is about this remote island in the Arctic region of northern Canada where these indigenous hunters make a truly disturbing discovery. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to do the like button's grocery shopping, but don't tell them you've squirted an entire bottle of lime juice into their fresh milk. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
One second, I need some garlic. Oh! I've been here before. Got it on tap, bro. You know what the fuck going on. We love garlic over here. No, for real. Like, you should see. I don't know if you can see that, but I love this shit. I love garlic, man.
In the middle of the night on March 7th, 2005, a 64-year-old man named John Mangine crouched in the bushes in his little village in Uganda. Several of John's friends and neighbors were also crouching in bushes nearby, and everyone was being totally silent, constantly scanning the area, looking for movement. And so far, nothing had happened, and everyone was totally exhausted and terrified. So John had been around for a long time. He had 9 kids, 31 grandkids, and he remembered a time that was not even that long ago when this village was a happy, bustling place where, families and kids could play in harmony and everyone felt safe. But that all changed 14 years earlier in 1991. Because, starting in that year, people in this village started dying. Or more specifically, people in this village started getting killed by something, someone. They didn't know. It was like randomly people would just go missing and then turn up horribly mutilated and deceased, or people just vanished and were never seen again. Over the course of these 14 years, 83 people from this village had been killed and nobody knew why. Jeez. And 83 people, to put this in perspective, represented 10% of this entire village's population. This was so widespread that everybody in John's village personally knew someone who had been killed by whatever was plaguing this village.
Right,
and at some point, the people in this village began to think that clearly a demon is responsible for this. I mean, this is so pervasive that this can't be an animal or a person. This is like, God's will or something, or this is, the devil's will. We don't know, but it's supernatural. Like, we can't control this. It just is a part of living here. And so literally this village, the people here, had just grown to accept that, yep, sometimes people just turn up mutilated and dead. There's nothing we can do about it. We just got to live with it. But John, he personally knew several people who had been killed, and he never took the stance of, well, it's supernatural and we can't do anything about it. John's like, no, we need to look into this. There's got to be an actual explanation for what's happening here. And so finally, in 2005, the tipping point was a little boy went missing in the village one morning. And for John, he has all these grandkids, including a bunch of little boys. And he saw this little boy go missing and, he was never found again. And John's thinking, that's just like one of my grandkids. This has to stop. We got to look now. We have to look into this now. And so John very forcefully rounded up some people in the village, his friends and neighbors and others, and he told them, tonight we are going to set up a stakeout and stay out all night if we have to, and wait for this demon, this creature, this person, whoever it is. We are going to catch them in the act and put an end to this thing. And because John was so motivated, so enthusiastic, and so ready to sort of lead this thing, he really quickly turned the tide of people's opinions in this village. It's like they went from being, oh, we can't do anything about it, to, you know what? Yeah, let's put an end to this thing. And so sure enough, that night, John and all these people he had got together for this stakeout, they headed to this area in their village called the Butchery. They had named it that because the majority of the 83 people who had been killed and mutilated and, turned up dead, they were either found roughly in that area, or that's where they were last seen before they vanished. And the Butchery was actually basically right next to this lake, this placid lake that sort of sat right next to the village. So everybody's scared of this lake and this area, but tonight's the night. They're gonna figure out what's happening in this village. And so John and the other volunteers, they make their way over to the Butchery, and they each climb into these tall bushes, these reeds that are right next to the lake, and they all crouch down, kind of keeping their eyes on the land, the Butchery, and also the lake. And there they sat, all of them constantly looking at each other, maintaining eye contact, to stay safe. And they're looking at each other, they're looking at the water, the black water that's totally still, and there's nothing on land, it's still, it's silent. And for hours they just sat there nervously watching, waiting for something to happen. They didn't know what it was gonna be. They didn't know if, one of the volunteers in the stakeout was suddenly gonna be ripped away by this demon or whatever it was. But all night, on this first night of the stakeout, they're waiting and watching on edge, and nothing happens. And so John the next morning says, we've got to do it again. We got to go back out there and do another stakeout because we know there's something out there. And so sure enough, night 2 rolls around, and now they have even more volunteers. They're motivated. They're out there in the bushes, waiting, watching the lake, watching the land, but nothing happens again. And this cycle continues for 4 more days where nothing happens. John is rallying people every night to keep going back out there, but the group is getting more and more tired. They're staying out all night. It's also sort of deflating to realize that, it looks like we don't have control over whatever's happening here. Like, we can't catch this thing. We don't even know what it is. And so after 6 days of this, where they have seen nothing, no one's been taken, no one's been killed, it's been totally quiet in the village, John rallies the people one more time. He goes, one more night. Give me one more. I know we're gonna catch something. And so he got the village to kind of agree to go out for one more night. And this night, unlike the others, John decided to do something different to try to sort of entice, whatever this creature or person or whoever it was, whatever it was, to entice them out of hiding. He and the villagers strung up all this organ meat in the trees right near the Butchery, believing that, whoever was killing these people was seeking their meat.
Good idea.
And so they put meat up in the trees. And so that night, the 7th night, John and the others, after putting their organ meat in the trees, they crouch down in the bushes, waiting and watching, and it's silent and it's dark. And at first, nothing happens. And as the night goes on and on, people are starting to think, it's just another night where nothing's gonna happen. And people are starting to get restless, and John's telling them, like, be quiet, stay still, we gotta wait, we gotta watch, see what happens. Hours and hours go by, nothing. But then, between 4 or 5 in the morning, it's still dark out, the water's black, it's still and silent, and people are really starting to get restless at this point.
1 second.
They begin to hear something. It's like this low grumbling sound that appears to be coming from the lake, but it's hard to tell. The lake was pretty big and it was still dark out. They're looking out at the water and it's just dark. And they're right near the water. And so they're hearing this rumbling sound and everyone's kind of looking out like this is the first time anything has happened during one of these stakeouts. And John, he's telling them, stay down, stay quiet. And they're looking out at the water and it's still. But this rumbling, growling sound, it starts getting louder and louder and louder. It's so loud at a certain point that John, he can feel his body literally trembling from the sound. And as that begins to happen, even with the minimal light, they're looking out at the black water and they notice ripples on the surface of the water. something's moving in the lake. And so everybody's looking and waiting, everyone's scared. John looks over at the other people who are in the other set of bushes right near him, and he can see their eyes are wide, they're terrified, but everyone's looking out at the water. And then eventually this massive, dark silhouette emerges from the lake, and this loud growl fills the air, and everyone's frozen, and then whatever it is charges towards John. But it doesn't go after John. This huge creature runs past John and bites down on the meat dangling from the trees. But the meat, they had placed hooks in the meat like a trap. And as soon as this thing bit onto the meat, it got snared in one of the traps and it couldn't move. And John, who had been waiting for this moment, even though he has no idea what's happened here, he knew he needed backup. And so he got up and sprinted into the village and began screaming for everyone to come out here and help us. And so 50 villagers came pouring out of their homes, and they all descended on the tree with all the organ meat and this huge creature dangling and thrashing from the trap. And they suddenly realized that what had been plaguing their village was not a demon. It was instead the largest saltwater crocodile ever found in Uganda. This crocodile was 16 feet long, over 2,000 pounds. I mean, this thing is massive. And for 14 years, this crocodile had been sneaking into the village, grabbing people, and dragging them back to the lake. And nobody had seen it. Or more specifically, anyone who had seen this crocodile, this beast, did not live to tell the tale. Authorities were quickly called to the village, and they wouldn't allow the villagers to kill this crocodile as much as they wanted to. Instead, the crocodile was relocated.
Why?
Last year, we launched a brand new podcast here at Fallen Studios called Redacted.
They send in the alligator Alcatraz.
Declassified Mysteries with Luke LaManna. And so far, you guys have loved it. And in case you haven't heard, we also launched a YouTube channel for Redacted, where you can not only listen to these episodes, but also watch the beautiful animations we've done for each of these episodes. That channel already has 150,000 subscribers, and it's growing really quickly, and there are hours of content available right now for you to binge. New uploads to this YouTube channel will be every single Tuesday. All you have to do is look up @Redacted Mysteries on YouTube, and I'll also be putting a link in the description below. Wondery Plus subscribers can also watch Redacted on the Wondery app. Okay, back to the stories. One morning in April of 1848, a group of men were walking towards the coast of King William Island, which is an island located in the freezing Arctic region of northern Canada. These men were members of the Inuit people, who are indigenous to King William Island. And today, they were going hunting. Specifically, they were making their way towards the coastline to see if they could find any seals that they could hunt.
I learned a lot about Inuit culture when I went to Alaska.
And kill for food and for clothing. However, even though technically the coastline was right in front of them, they couldn't actually see the water because there was this huge icy hill that obstructed their view. So in order to look down to the water, they would have to crest that hill and then look down. As these hunters got closer to the hill, the youngest of the hunters broke from the group and ran up the hill to basically get an early look over and see if he could spot any animals down below. However, as soon as he crested the hill and scanned the coastline, again, you get a picture, it's snowy, icy outside, it's below 0 degrees. I mean, you're in the...
I gotta check my phone. If I can find it. Oh, there it is.
Arctic wild here. He's looking down, and at first, all he sees is just white, just snow, ice. But he sees something else. And as he's looking at it, he can't even understand what he's seeing. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's not computing. And so at this point, the young hunter kind of ducked down on this side of the hill, kind of away and out of view of the ocean. and he turned and signaled to the other hunters to get up here and take a look. And so the other hunters, they don't really understand what's happening here, but they can see, there's some urgency coming from this young hunter. And so they run up the hill as well, and all together, all at once, they kind of peer up and over the hill again, and they look down, and for a second, they all just stared in horrified silence. Down below, wandering along the coastline, were not seals or walruses or any other animals that these hunters might have expected to see out here. Instead, they saw people. Specifically, they saw Kalunat, which is their word for white men. But these men were not acting like people. They were lumbering, almost like they weren't in control of their bodies. They had these strange, jerky movements, and they were all just kind of staring straight ahead with these vacant expressions, and their skin, it was like black and blue, and their clothes were tattered, and they were just kind of lumbering along, about 40 of these Kalunat, these white men. Now, for these hunters, they really didn't have much exposure or experience around Kalunat, around white men. All they really knew at the time and in this part of the world is that white men were pretty dangerous to the indigenous people. But they did know there was a group of Kalunat who were staying on a ship that was off the coast of King William Island, and they had been living there for the better part of a year, and it seemed like their ship might have frozen off the coast, and they were just kind of trapped until the warmer months came around and they could sail away. But to this point, the Inuit people really had not seen or interacted with any of those white people. They had just kind of kept to themselves, and that was it. So just to see the Kalunat, the white people, on land,
My bad.
that alone was really shocking. Like, what happened? Why did they leave their ship? Why are they here? But again, the way they were moving and how they looked, it seemed wrong. Like there was something wrong with these people. Like there's more to this story than the Inuit people understand. And it was sort of terrifying. And on top of just the way they were moving, there was something else these Kalunat were doing. In addition to these men just kind of lumbering along the coastline, a few of them were dragging this big sled. And there was a tarp over the sled. Clearly something big or several things were under this tarp. But the Inuit hunters, they couldn't quite tell what it was. It was covered up. And so they're just watching these men in this weird parade along the coastline with the sled. And they really were like, we have to get out of here. And so they ducked their heads below the icy hill to kind of stay out of view of the Kalunat, who to this point it did not seem like they had spotted the hunters. And as the hunters are sort of trying to figure out what they should even do, they hear this awful guttural scream coming from down below where these men are, where these white men are. And instinctively, the hunters, they grab their spears and they poke their head up over the hill, almost thinking maybe they've spotted us, maybe they're going to attack us. But no, when they look down below, many of the Kalunat were still just kind of lumbering along, but one of them had stopped, and he was kind of retching around like there was something wrong with him, and he continued to scream out, and then he just crumpled to the ground. But the other white men, it was like they didn't even react to it, except for the men pulling the sled. They pulled the sled right up alongside this man who had just fallen to the ground after screaming, and they just sort of nonchalantly pulled back the tarp, revealing all sorts of bodies on the sled. They picked the guy who had just fallen, and they threw him onto the pile. They covered him back up with the tarp, and then, like nothing had happened, the men kept on pulling the sled, and this totally creepy procession continued down the coast. At this point, the Inuit hunters were genuinely terrified, and without saying anything, they just scrambled back down the hill and ran back to their village. The following day, the Inuit hunters came back to that exact spot, that icy hill that looked down to the ocean below. Except this time, they had brought along several pounds of seal meat. So the previous day, when these hunters had gone back to their village to tell the others about what they had just seen, oddly enough, the consensus became that, of course the Kalunat are sort of dangerous to us and we should keep our distance. But from what you're describing, it sounds an awful lot like these men, these white men, must just be starving. Like the way they're moving, the fact that men are falling down and dying, and they have this, sled full of dead bodies. They're out here in the Arctic wild. This is a very unforgiving place. And so the consensus was, they're starving to death. That's what you're seeing. That's why they're acting the way they are. And so maybe the move here is you hunters go back to that same spot, try to find these Kalunat, and give them some food, not only to help them, to be good people, good stewards of humanity, but also as sort of like a peace offering, because there was tension between the Inuit people and the Kalunat. And so these hunters had agreed. They had showed up with the intention of, finding these 40 some odd white men, giving them some food, and maybe even offering some help, if they needed it. And so that day, the Inuit hunters, they make it back to their spot, they climb up that icy hill, and they look down towards the ocean below, and there's nobody there. It's just complete isolation. And so the hunters, they go down to the coastline and they see footprints from the day before. They find, the tracks from the sled that have been being dragged, and they just start tracking the footprints of these white men. And for hours, these hunters are just following the footprints along this coastline, in the snow and the ice, and they're looking up ahead. They don't see anybody, and it's like, wow, these guys, they covered a huge amount of ground. Where did they go? And eventually, after hours of this, the hunters come upon this campsite, but it's totally abandoned. It's right on the edge of the water, and based on where the campsite was and sort of how fresh it looked, it seemed pretty obvious that at some point, clearly the Kalunat had been camped out here, but they clearly are not here now. But interestingly, the people that had been here, presumably the white men, they had left behind quite a few of their supplies. There was the remains of a fire, and sitting over the fire was this big pot, like a metal pot. And you would think, if you're struggling to survive out here, that you would definitely want to keep some of your cooking supplies. But no, that was left behind, along with several other tools. And so the Inuit hunters, they're looking around thinking, okay, well, maybe they just stepped away and they're going to come back. But they searched the vicinity of the campsite, but nobody was there. The footprints just kind of picked up and continued off into the distance. And so feeling pretty puzzled by this, the Inuit hunters decided to just search the campsite and try to get some clue as to what's going on with these white men. And eventually, after searching through all the different things that had been left behind, they came back to that fire and that pot that had a lid over it that was sitting right there. And one of the hunters walks up to the pot, he grabs the lid, he lifts it off, and when he saw what was inside, he reeled back in horror. Several months later, that same group of Inuit hunters had hiked miles and miles down that same coastline of King William Island until they saw off in the distance, right off the coast, this big wooden ship. And these hunters knew this ship belonged to the Kalunat. And today, their plan was to break into the ship and raid it, because just recently, these hunters had finally kind of solved the mystery of what happened to those, 40 some odd white men they had seen. Because they came across this mass gravesite, of 30 plus white men all dead in the snow. And clearly they had starved to death and died from exposure. And so it just sort of seemed like this unfortunate thing that these guys had hiked and hiked and hiked and just kind of fell down and died. But now that the Inuit hunters knew that all these white men were dead, they're like, well, there's a ship sitting right out there that, no one's going to claim, so why don't we take whatever's inside of it? And so the Inuit hunters walked out onto the ocean, which was completely frozen. So the ship, it's off the coast, but it's basically a pathway of ice right up to the ship. And so the hunters, they walked on this ice all the way out to the ship, and when they got there, unsurprisingly, it was totally vacant. It's silent, it's still, clearly there's nobody in the ship. Now, as the Inuit hunters climbed the side of the ship and got ready to go inside, they all had set their expectations to be like, okay, clearly the men who had inhabited this ship at one point, the white men, the Kalunat, they obviously abandoned the ship and, tried their luck on land unsuccessfully. So clearly something must have happened out here. Like they ran out of food, or there was a leak in the ship, or some sort of chaos ensued here that caused them to abandon their shelter and, head towards the Arctic wilds, right? But once they got on board the ship and looked around, they quickly realized the ship was in pristine condition. I mean, there was no damage to the ship. It was practically brand new, preserved out in the ice here. When they went down below, they discovered there were all these bedrooms with these incredibly comfortable looking beds, and there was bunk beds and hammocks with linens and pillows. There was a library with hundreds of books. There were games. There was all this cutlery and fine china. And just off the kitchen, in their pantry, was this massive food storage room full of food, canned goods, all still good, that apparently had just been left behind. And so the Inuit hunters, they're thinking like, how is this possible? What caused these white men to abandon their ship, which presumably was perfect, pristine,
maybe they got
provided
lost.
much better shelter, and also they abandoned all their food. Like they clearly weren't starving. So what happened? What caused them to go on land and die horrible deaths. Well, the reason for this would not fully make sense for another 130 years, because it was in the 1980s when researchers actually began to analyze the remains of these white men, those 30, 40 white men who were found dead on King William Island. It would turn out those men were explorers who had been sent out to the Arctic by the British government. And they had been well outfitted when they were sent out on their journey. I mean, they were given that incredible ship, and they were given all these supplies, including a whole bunch of canned food items. However, what these explorers didn't know is that their canned food had become tainted with lead. And so as they slowly were eating all these canned food items, they were slowly poisoning themselves. And one of the side effects of lead poisoning, in addition to feeling nauseous and horribly sick, is it drives you crazy. It basically gives you these wild mood swings. And so like the whole ship, all these men are undergoing these totally insane mood swings and basically falling into actual mental hysteria out on this ship. And so in their hysterics, all these men decide to abandon their ship and head into the Arctic wild to forage for food and who knows what. I mean, they literally were out of their minds. And when they got to land into the wilderness, they didn't find food, they didn't find shelter, they found death and misery. And as they devolved into insanity and men began falling down and dying, because they were starving to death, they began eating their brothers. They began eating the dead men. That sled they were dragging along was not to preserve the bodies to give them a proper burial down the road. It was like their mobile refrigeration unit. They were dragging those bodies along and then eating them. And so the reason those Inuit hunters were so horrified when they discovered that campsite and they looked inside of that pot, well, it's because inside of the pot was clearly a human skull, and that skull had been cracked open as if whoever was tending this pot had literally been scooping in and basically eating this person's brain. To this day, bones of the crew members of that failed expedition are still being found on King William Island.
Wow.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you
Wow. Go give Mr. Ballin a subscription.
Every town has a dark side. But what if I told you that the Grand Canyon, in addition to being one of the 7 natural wonders of the world, is also the site of a disproportional amount of unexplained disappearances? Over 1,100 people have vanished here since 2018, and that's the highest in any area of the whole United States.
Wow.
And on top of that, really that's just the beginning.
1,100?
Because beneath its towering cliffs,
Jesus.
there appears to be secrets here that have been actively buried for centuries. Things like hidden tunnels, ancient artifacts that don't belong, and even evidence of advanced lost civilizations. So what's this all about? And are these things connected? And what else could be hiding right now along all those restricted areas of the Grand Canyon? Hey guys, it's Andrew, and thanks for tuning in to this week's episode of Everytown. We have a pretty good dive here for all those interested in thinking outside the box. And most of us don't think of the Grand Canyon as a place that could even be riddled with secrets because it's right there for anybody to visit. And you can take photos, videos, even fly over it. But the reality is that 90% of the Grand Canyon traffic is concentrated on the south end, which means the majority of this place is totally off limits. In an area that covers just about 2,000 square miles, well, that's a lot of places people have never seen. Or have they? And that's exactly why so many of them are never heard from again. The Grand Canyon is a natural wonder that's been shaped over millions of years. Its beauty has fascinated us for centuries, and for some time it was a free-for-all in terms of being able to be explored. And there was no national park designation, so in the Wild West days, for example, if you wanted to, you could wander into whatever cave, cliff, or crevasse you could find. But just around the time that we began getting more sophisticated with our exploring capabilities, well, wouldn't you know it, it was time to shut all that down. It was in 1908 when President Teddy Roosevelt was making the moves to declare the area off limits to mining and logging operations. And after that was established, they could then cut the general public off to wherever they saw fit. And seeing these restrictions on the horizon, a flurry of adventurous people set out to explore the area before it was too late. And one of those individuals was a man named G.E. Kincaid, who with the imminent closure of the canyon decided to seize the last opportunity to explore its darkest corners in search of precious minerals. Instead, though, he actually ended up triggering one of the most intriguing mysteries in all of modern history. Riding up the Colorado River in a small wooden boat, Kincaid navigated between the majestic cliffs until he was about 40 miles from the Topher Crystal Canyon. And that's when he noticed strange markings in a rock formation above. And these were high up the cliff, so he couldn't tell what they were exactly. Driven by curiosity, he docked the boat and began climbing. After a strenuous ascent, he then discovered a series of steps carved into the sandstone, hidden beneath desert shrubs, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. And these steps led him to a cavernous entrance, only it wasn't a totally natural formation. Now, this one had been formed by the hand of somebody. Hard and straight edges created a large doorway. Kincaid lit his lantern and entered the cave where what he found defied all logic. And the walls were covered with inscriptions that didn't resemble any known language in North America. Instead, the symbols looked a lot like ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, only a bit different. As he moved forward, the passage stretched so far he couldn't tell where it ended. And there were other doorways that led to other halls and rooms. It was some sort of large underground complex built by what could have only been an advanced civilization. As Kincaid looked around, he documented everything he was finding. The main tunnel was approximately 12 feet wide and tapered towards the ends. Along the sides, passages branched off, leading to rooms carved with geometric precision. And some rooms were as large as a regular living room, but others measured much bigger, than 30 by 40 square feet. And the entranceways were curved, not straight angles, and the walls were ventilated with circular openings carefully drilled. Inside some of the rooms, Kincaid found shelves filled with glazed ceramic jars, many of which still contained seeds in them. He also found copper tools and described a workshop with remnants of charcoal and slag, evidence that the ancient residents practiced metal smelting. But the most astonishing discovery was a large room that Kincaid described as a crypt. There, among stone shelves carved into the rock, he found dozens of mummies, each inside its own rocky casing. In the lower levels, the jars were more rudimentary, while those on the upper levels featured more elaborate designs, suggesting a sort of cultural evolution over time. Now, how long had this culture been there? And how long would it take to create such a large structure? And how far did it really go? Overwhelmed, Kincaid needed help, and this was going to change the entire world and all the history books ever written. Sending artifacts and notes to the Smithsonian Institute, he requested financial and logistical support. Within weeks, Professor S.A. Jordan arrived with a team of 40 scientists and workers, and everybody was excited to see what else they could uncover. With more resources, the expedition confirmed that the tunnels converged into a central chamber, and there they found a giant statue. The figure, sitting with its legs crossed, was holding lotus flowers in both hands, resembling more modern depictions of Buddha. However, the researchers couldn't definitively identify the culture behind the statue. This was something totally different from anything we knew about. And people were not supposed to have even stepped foot in North America until about 15,000 years ago, and those that did were primitive. And supposedly it stayed that way until Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and over the past 500 years, we've built the America we know. And this site would prove that all of that was completely wrong. The team nicknamed the site the Citadel. As they explored further, they discovered barracks, grain storage facilities, temples, and workshops. Whoever lived here, they were making tools and weapons out of copper, bronze.
This is fucking AI, isn't it?
What up, y'all? I'm Cyrus. I'm a biologist and ethnobotanist. To give you my accolades here, I've been foraging for 20 years. I grew up in Austin, have a biology degree, studied ethnobotany in graduate school, and have spent the last 10 years doing research and writing a book on the uses of Texas plants by indigenous North Americans. I'm coming this way because there's a really interesting species at the end of it, and it's something that I've known about for a really long time, but it's something that I've just sort of kept in the back of my mind. Oh, I think this plant's edible, and I think this plant actually might be a really useful plant food. The thing is, it's not a native species. There's a lot of history behind it. We'll see that at the end. But on the way, there's going to be a ton of edible and useful stuff, and I'll try to give you the quickest, unscripted, just briefest rundown of practical uses of each plant species. This habitat right here is sort of the historical savanna. So let's start. Okay, bull nettle, native schools, Texas, mala mujer.
Oh god, this fucking shit sucks, man. Don't. I can't tell you how many times. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's those pirates, probably. This creeped me out.
Do not want to touch this. It has these needles. It's way worse than stinging nettle or anything else I would
It sucks, dude. It's painful.
touched by any plant ever in all the area except for this one. It really is painful, but the seeds of it are edible, and the roots probably as well. The Seri in the Baja California ate the roots of various Natiscola species, pretty important food source. And we'll see more of these. We saw a lot of them earlier. Prickly pear, obviously, you can eat the prickly pears, but and they're in season right now. All you have to do is rub off the spines. You can use a water grass or a brush, or pick a bug piece buckskin. But the tender young fruits are also edible. Those little white spots are also useful cochineal bugs that are vibrant red dye, carmine dye, used for thousands of years for dyeing fabric in Mexico and South America. Some soapberry. You can use the berries for soap. Juniper, I always have that for tea and for incense, but the fruits are edible and delicious, and a great general medicine for cough, cold, especially cough. The needles in the fruits, useful that way, insanely useful for all sorts of things, such as fire starting. The juniper bark is probably the best tinder material in the area. This is Bruce lanceolata flameleaf sumac. Its fruits are absolutely delicious, very tart and sweet. I don't see any on the trees right now, but this is the tallest sumac in central Texas. All of the sumacs have edible fruits, and they're all tart red berries. This one can get up to 30 feet tall. Lanceolata comes from the lance-like shapes of the leaves, and it has a little sort of reddish tint. There's a lot of things generally kind of look like this in the area, but sumac has this reddish tint to it, and also you can see in that central rachis of the leaves, there's like a little bit of leaf material coming out from that, sort of a winged rachis.
Rachis.
But I don't have any evidence of this being used by indigenous peoples. Here's some of the fruits. These are really small ones. I'm not sure what's going on with these individuals, but normally they're about twice that size. They have a very nice tart, sweet taste. You can mix them with water and make a nice little sumac-ade, little beverage. That was actually a very common method used by indigenous peoples for various species of sumac. As you can see right here, it's got the very distinct reddish tint to it. And the reason it's called flame leaf sumac is the leaves actually change color and turn reddish and orange or yellow in the fall. And so if you can imagine, it actually looks quite flame-like. Very beautiful. Ranges all the way to northeast Texas. Can't forget the smaller things. So, well, this is a good spot for small things. I'm about to walk into the forest. But right here, maybe I'll save this to see if I can find one with fruits. Well, I'll just tell you, it's Gumbumelia Cedars Island in Lanuganasum. Its fruits are not very well known as edible, but they're sweet. I think they taste great. It looks like an oak tree, except it has thorns. The sap is also edible, and the gum, the Kiowa used it for chewing gum. But these little blackberries are really nice. We'll see if we can find some, because they're ripe right now. This is always a good one to be aware of. Poison ivy. It's actually in the sumac family, but unlike the sumacs, it has fruits that are smooth, tan to green or white, or colorless basically, and dangle down more rather than being borne erect. And it has compound leaves where the outer leaves are symmetrically lobed, look like little mitts, and the central one is symmetrically lobed around its central axis. And this petiole is pretty long. The closest thing it looks like to it is the box elder, Aster nucumundo, but those have opposite leaf orientation, whereas these are alternate. And yes, I can touch it, I'm immune. This is also extremely common in the area, stretchberry. Also, its leaf orientation is a good diagnostic character. As you can see, these are opposite. Well, no, they're not opposite, actually. They kind of appear to be opposite, and often are just close to it, but they can be alternate too. But what they do differently is come off at like a 90-degree angle, like that. So elbow bush is another common name for this. Is Forstiera pubescens. Pubescens refers to the pubescence of the leaves. They're nice and fuzzy and soft. These have very juicy and sweet fruits that are purple, and those ripen in late spring, and you can gather an insane amount because It's like half the understory in this area is full of nothing but stretch berries, and their fruits can be a little bit tough to spot sometimes, and don't produce super well every year. But this year I gathered insane amounts of stretchberry, and it's a little bit different taste. It's in the olive family, but yeah, I think it's really good and sweet. Another really great one that I also always have on hand is Ilex vomitoria, Yaupon holly. There's another holly in the area, possum haw, but that one has a tapered leaf base. Excuse me. These are very glossy and thick and have these crenate or wavy leaf margins. They're simple and ovate, and the leaf size can vary drastically. Sometimes the whole tree, the leaves are nothing but these size, and then other times they can be bigger than this. And they have holly-like fruits. These berries will turn red when they're ripe, but they're not edible. And it's a very common element of the southeast understory. And it was used historically by basically every native tribe in the area, very commonly prepared in what is known as black drink. Black drink is the only caffeinated beverage native to North America, and this is basically the only plant with caffeine in North America. Ilex casein, or closely related species, as far as bigger leaves, that does have a tiny bit of caffeine, and was thought to possibly used by some Florida natives for black drink, but probably wasn't. Very little caffeine in it. People will claim that cleavers or gallium species have caffeine in it. Oh, it's in the coffee family. It doesn't mean it has caffeine. Try to find phytochemical research that says cleavers, fruits, those little seed-like things have any caffeine in them. It doesn't exist. Cleavers don't contain caffeine. But the way to prepare this drink is also very important. You do not want to prepare it just like a regular tea, where you just pour boiling water over it, and that would be a regular hot infusion. You want to make a decoction where you're actually boiling the leaves with the water, and you want to do that for a while actually. Dry the leaves, sometimes toast them, sometimes sort of intermediate. What really matters is you just remove all of the moisture and then crush them up. That way the extraction is more efficient. And you make a decoction, and then some foam will actually boil up to the top, and if you skim off that foam and pour that in a secondary vessel, you can drink that, and it's like the espresso of Yaupon holly. The whole plant tastes very similar to yerba mate, and very similar effects. It's in the same genus. Yerba mate is an Ilex species. It's a tree in South America, and they both contain theobromine, which is a component of chocolate, which makes you feel good. So it has slightly euphoric effects, and it has about 40% of the caffeine is coffee, and about 10 to 20% of the theobromine.
I haven't tried that.
Beans.
Yerba,
So
whatever the fuck.
profile, and so it's historically considered.
Yerba mate or whatever the fuck it's called.
In vast quantities, both daily just for pleasure and for very large amounts for ritual purposes, such as the cleansing ceremony. So, well, you want to hear this. The cleansing ceremonies or purification rites are a very common feature among various American Indian tribes, in which the first fruits ceremony, for example, is one of them, where you want to purify your body and be ready to receive the first harvest of the year. So one good way to purify yourself is to remove whatever's inside. So natives from Florida to Texas would consume vast quantities of this species in particular, and nothing else for days at a time, and be consuming probably plenty amount of the native tobacco species, Nicotiana rustica, Aztec tobacco. It's very potent, and to consume 4.5 gallons or 4 to 5 gallons of this per day, as was done in accordance with the writings of Kuvesi Vaca on Galveston Island in the 1530s, you would need to purge yourself. So voluntary purging was conducted during these ceremonies, to both for spiritual purposes and to just physically allow the consumption of more black drink. So this a drink or tree, no part of it causes emesis, at least not the leaves or any tea. You can make I challenge anyone that says the Ilex vomitoria causes vomiting to make a very strong decoction of it and try to drink that. it does not work, but it got that name Ilex vomitorio by, what's his name, Aiton, in around the 1800s. People claim all sorts of crazy things for why he did that. I'm sorry, not necessarily crazy, but the simplest reason he did so is because this tree was strongly associated with those cleansing rituals of American Indians and first seen in Florida. Sorry, I went on that for a long time. You can tell I've seen a lot of people claim that it causes vomiting, right? Yeah, so the juniper was used for an insane number of purposes. I mean, mostly the eastern red cedar and various western junipers. This is Ash's juniper, Juniper's ashae, which is essentially just a scrubby form of eastern red cedar, Juniper's virginiana. But it's used for a lot of construction purposes. Its wood is extremely rot resistant, so you can use it for fence posts. That's what really first people, white people, were really colonizing the hill country were called cedar choppers. People would go chop down cedar trees to make fence posts, highly lucrative. All of the original houses in the area were made of cedar wood. If you look around Austin, there's a bunch of historical homes, and they're all made of cedar wood siding and cedar shingle roofs. But indigenous North Americans use a lot of cedar or juniper is a better name, for all sorts of purposes. Including house construction. So every element of the house, your posts, your rafters, you could even use the bark for the flooring, you can use the bark for thatching, and you can use the boughs for it. There was a belief among various native tribes that they did not get struck by lightning, so maybe a ball would be put atop a teepee to deter lightning strikes. But I think the fruit's really delicious. Try them. A lot of them aren't very good, but you can occasionally find some that are very nice, large, juicy, and sweet, just as there's some that are small, dry, and insipid. And the wood is very beautiful also. It's very nice wood to work. It's highly flammable, that's why the bark is good for, it's tender and all that stuff. I could probably go on this further, but let's try to keep this as brief as possible. So, other species we're gonna have here. You got your honeysuckle, Japanese honeysuckle. Oh no, never mind. That's no, yeah, that is honeysuckle. You can suck up the honey from its flowers. Buckley's oak. Some nice galls growing on that. Acorns, of course. You can eat the acorns from all oak trees. Almost kind of crassifolia. Cedar elm is a very common element of these forests, but I don't really know that many uses for it. This is not Mustang grape. Okay, so this is a challenge. Vitis berlandieri is probably what this is. Gray bark grape, possibly. All grapes are edible and delicious, extremely important food sources historically for indigenous peoples. You can gather an insane amount of grapes in a very short time. The leaves are also edible, all grape species, but the other one, the Mustang grape, isn't as good because they're thicker, they have more pubescence on the bottom of the leaf, whereas these are a little bit thinner, so you can eat them at a larger stage. But the vines themselves are also good for lashing. They make a nice little impromptu thing to tie with, and like rafters and such, and verticals or horizontals for house construction among various native housing in the southeast and west and all over were used. Vines were used or like lashed together a raft. Just I want to point out, known uses, Garrya ovata, Lindheimer's silk tassel, Garrya ovata subspecies Lindheimerii.
What the fuck?
Ooh, one of my favorites. Which reminds me, I have the seeds of this in my pocket because I gather tons of these Texas persimmon fruits. Here are the seeds. They have incredibly delicious black sweet flesh. Tastes like chocolate plum persimmon pudding. And they have this smooth peeling gray bark, easy way to identify it. Only 1 in 10 trees is female though, so you can find a lot of sterile males, or not sterile, but they're just not going to be having fruits. But these are highly esteemed by Central Texas natives, and it really only grows in Central Texas or the hill country, so it's a very special, unique tree. There's one like it in Mexico called the chocolate pudding tree, or Zapote Negro, Diospyros nigra, or Diospyros digina. Here's some more Yaupon holly. This one would be one I would go to for foraging, because you can very easily just peel off all the leaves in a single go when it's these long straight shoots. So actually that's one big thing I keep in mind when I'm gathering Ripon holly. It's extremely abundant, but different growth forms have different difficulty in harvesting. Being able to pull them all off in one go is what I look for. This is an interesting one. This is Tilia trifoliata, or hop tree, and the early settlers in Central Texas actually used those little fruits for hop substitutes. They're very bitter and hops-like in flavor. Basically, it tastes identical. The leaves, when crushed up, have a skunk-like smell. And the Menominee actually highly treasured the roots of this for medicine, for compounding medicine specifically, or making other medicines more potent in combination. But in a piece this big, as big as my pinky, would sell for as much as a horse or a pony. Anyway, here's some nice juniper sap. The sap of juniper can be used just like any pine tree. You can mix it with an even amount of crushed powdered charcoal and cook that over a fire and make pitch, perhaps even add a little bit of beeswax if you want the final product to be flexible. And that's basically the glue used all around the world. Mostly different pine species are used, but the juniper is perfectly usable. This is some nice fresh soft sap, and you can eat this. It's pretty good. It's nice and sweet, and a little, it's all right. Makes a good gum.
God damn it.
Now we're going down in the canopy here, so we're getting into the walnuts. That's what this should be. I tend to smell it to distinguish whether it's walnut or pecan. They're both in the Juglanaceae or walnut family. There are different genera of walnuts, juglans, and pecan is a hickory carrier. This is Juglans major, Juglans nigra, eastern black walnut. Juglans major also probably occurs in the area, but this one would be the more common one. You can see the sort of form of those pinnately compound leaves. They have a nice fragrant smell to them. But walnuts are a little bit hard to get to, but we're an important food source from indigenous people all throughout the eastern U.S. and into Canada. You can make some nice oil out of it. This one is American beautyberry, Calicarpa americana. So we're getting our first off the bush ready wild edible here. Let me show you it. American beautyberry. Now these are edible, but they're not the best taste. And again, like most wild food products, they vary greatly by individual. And I've had some pretty good beautyberries. Let's see what about this one. It's about average. Strong floral taste, a little bit perfumey, I might describe it as. Not super sweet, a little insipid, kind of like a mushier, foamy texture a bit. But I've had them juicier and sweeter for sure. But Calicarpa americana is one of the only scientifically demonstrated plants to have anti-insecticide properties. Just fresh off the plant, you can crush it and or use an extract of it or something, a tincture, and that will repel mosquitoes and ticks. Calicarpinol is the chemical responsible for that.
Cool.
And I'm trying to only point out useful plants. But I am mentioning the very most common other species. This Leafigata sugarberry has a delicious little berries of red and small, but very, very crunchy. They've got a very hard seed inside, but those are very nutritious. and the outer fleshy part is nice and sweet. Historically very important food sources are highly treasured food sources among people, not just in the Americas but all around the world. Common method of preparation was crushing up the fruits and making to a paste and adding a little bit of grease or honey perhaps, and then molding that over the end of a stick and then cooking that over a fire of like little skewers. It's really good that way. Another alternative way is just making lumps of it and cooking it in the oven like cookies. But definitely a little bit of a pain to crunch up in your teeth.
Cookies.
And using a mortar pestle is easier. But sugarberry, this is it again, Saltus laevigata. It's kind of considered a trash tree, but it grows along fence lines because birds really love it, and birds will sit on the fences and poop it there, and then they're protected from lawnmowers just by being next to the fence. Very resilient, strong species, and you can actually make a tea out of the leaves in the early spring. The young, fresh leaves can look a little bit like this, but even softer and more see-through. And the tea is pretty good. It tastes faintly of the namesake of its family, the Cannabaceae. This trail is getting a bit repetitive, so look at the smaller things while we're go to a different habitat. Here's Smilax and Bonanox out. This isn't a great example, but the foliage of all grain briars is edible, and actually one of my favorite things to forage. One of the first things I ever foraged was Smilax bonanox. That's the most common species in this area. It has the smaller leaves and spotting on it sometimes. And the growing young tips of that are very delicious. They look kind of like asparagus. They have a nice crisp, clean texture, and someone's left like a giant mirror here and broken it. Like, what is wrong with people? What in the hell? Well, whoever did this probably should have taken a harder look first at themselves, because what the hell?
Why the fuck is there a mirror in the middle of the forest? That's sketchy. That's weird.
Okay, distracted me, but the various green briar species are all edible. The growing on the tips, even the parts that have thorns, while they're still young and tender, the thorns are still soft, and you can basically feel at the growing young tips where it starts to harden, and you can eat that whole thing. And another one, Smilax rotundifolia, or roundleaf ground briar, that has even thicker stems and bigger leaves and even more dense spines. But that's all edible, and some eastern woodland tribes would use the roots of various green briar species to make a kind of starchy food grain. They have a lot of starches in them, but it's kind of a lot of work. You gotta pound them up and use water to extract the starches and congeal them. I tried to do that with the local species, but I think the soil here is just too rocky. It's never really gonna be worth my time. But I'll show you what is beautiful and always worth your time is finding some mulberries. So mulberries are never, for me, it's one of the few things, it's not the instant ID. You should have to weigh several possibilities. I'm going with a pretty strong Morus rubra for this one, which means it is the native mulberry. People think of mulberries are all introduced. They're not. It's just the most common one that you see around cities and urban areas is introduced. That's Morus alba, white mulberries from China and Eurasia possibly, and that actually hybridizes with the native red mulberry. So sometimes it can be an additional layer of difficulty in identification. But Morus rubra is absolutely native to all the eastern U.S. up to Canada and Texas. There's also another native species of mulberry, Morus microphylla, or Texas mulberry, that's also in Austin. I think this might be the only area where the two ranges of those two mulberries overlap. Could be wrong, but I've seen all three species in Austin. Mulberries, they all have delicious fruits available in the spring. We all probably know mulberry fruits. I was eating these also very young.
Yes, same. I was eating those when I was a kid with my mama.
But the native red mulberry has more matte leaves versus the glossy ones of the white mulberry. They also tend to be bigger and less lobed. So the white mulberry has smaller, glossier leaves that are more deeply lobed. And hybrids
Lobed.
have intermediate characteristics. So the red mulberry does have leaf lobing, and it could depend on the growth of the location of that leaf's growth. But you've got some really big leaves there, and some, only a few lobes here and there. But the mulberry is also not very well known for their use for bows. They're actually historically one of the most useful bow woods in all of the Americas. The Apache and Comanche and Tohono O'odham, the first two, which were very famed warriors using bows as a primary weapon, considered mulberry wood to be the best bow wood, except for the Osage orange. The Comanche considered that to be superior, and they would have been using the Morus microphylla or Morus rubra, the native mulberries. And I've made three bows now out of white mulberry, and all of them perform extremely excellently. A lot of modern bowyers are well aware that mulberry makes excellent bow wood. It's very elastic, and unlike Osage, it's pretty easy to carve, and it's also more common to find and less curvy, like finding a nice secondary branch or some secondary growth in young trees. It was actually how the Western Apache and Comanche did it, so that way you don't have to cut down a whole tree and split it, but it makes it easier that way, especially if you only have stone tools. If you haven't seen it, I have a video showing me making a bow out of mulberry with only stone tools, did the bowstring and arrows also, all stone, Paleolithic technology, following historical methods of indigenous peoples in North America. Okay, so where are we? Homeless America, American elm, also very common. Okay, so here's the possum haw, very useful to distinguish against the Yopon holly. See how those leaves are not as glossy. It's still kind of glossy, but the biggest difference is that tapering leaf base. The leaf base of Yopon is ovate. It does not have a tapering towards the base of the leaf. Otherwise, they're pretty much identical, occur in the exact same habitat. See, this is Yopon holly right next to it. No tapering leaf base, but their foliage can be like intermixed. Okay, so here's the edible little growing tips of Smilax boninox, like I was talking about. So this is probably edible up to about right here. That's where I can feel the stem is getting a little bit too hard. Maybe even actually just like right here. But you can eat this foliage and all these growing on tips. It's a very nice little snack. Deer also love it. So you often find vines with the tips bitten off. Don't confuse it with right in the same habitat. Carolina snail seed. I mean, to me these look nothing alike, but one difference is just that shorter leaf shape. These are wider than they are long, whereas greenbrier tend to be longer than they are wide. They also have a different type of venation, where the greenbrier have a very arcuate, kind of wanting to be parallel leaf venation, whereas these just have a sort of standard sort of palmate branching. Ooh, and now there's one of my favorites. This one's kind of doing something funky here. It's bird looks like it broke off, and they got a vine growing on it too. But this is Lactuca cereola, prickly wild lettuce. And the reason I know it's in the Lactuca genus, which I'm trying to show you here, is, well, it's not a very good example of that, but it has a row of spines along the underside of the midrib of the leaf. Wow, this one's actually one of the worst demonstrators of that characteristic I've ever seen. I can see this like almost vestigial. That's weird. But anyway, sorry about that. It has a milky white sap. It has dandelion like flowers and fruits. Those little puff balls it'll put out, and it looks like a giant overgrown dandelion. But I find this species very useful. You can use it for. Oh, here's some more. Oh, look at some characters on this one. Wow, these guys are all like really lacking on that character of the. I can feel them, but I don't think the camera's gonna pick it up. This unusual little morph here. Here's some more. We'll find them. Still all kind of exhibiting that same characteristic. This is a little bit frustrating. They're probably all related here. Anyway, we got some more wild lettuce. That one is huge. I almost never see them growing that tall. But you can eat the whole plant. The whole plant is pretty raw, or pretty bitter when raw. But makes an excellent tea for sleeping. So the way I use it is to make a tea, and I will take like a cup of the dried leaves. I'll cut down a whole one of these, and then dry it all, and then crush it up. You can use scissors to kind of cut up the stems, and then I boil that in water, except not really boiling. I want it below boiling, basically just barely simmering for about 10 minutes. I'll make a very dark decoction and drink that all down. It's basically just drink a whole lot of really bitter juice of it, and it'll help you sleep for sure, and give you vivid dreams on top of it. Here's another example of poison ivy demonstrating its high morphological variability. This one has kind of sharp serrations.
I've noticed that they do that there's like different types.
Something that's seen pretty usually, but what it still has in common is alternate branching, a longer petiole, symmetrical lobing.
Petiole.
So, mitts on the outside and the symmetrical in the center. A slight reddish tint to its stems as the fruits that are smooth, hanging in off-white or greenish tannish. And poison ivy, so that's Toxicodendron radicans or eastern poison ivy, and poison ivy can be an ivy or it can be a little shrub. It can be even a full standing, almost like tree. Like it can get really tall. I've seen it about 12 feet tall, freestanding, not climbing on anything, just going straight up. It can also just grow as kind of what looks like a little seedling. That's where poison oak gets the name. It looks kind of like some oak seedlings, or it can just grow up like a vine. And it's perfectly happy doing any of those. It just wants to be here so it can hurt you. No, it doesn't actually really hurt you. You hurt yourself, because poison ivy doesn't actually cause direct toxic rash. And what it does is it binds to your skin cells, and it marks those skin cells to your own immune system as foreign, and so your immune system is attacking your own cells because as the markers given by the root shell, and so that's what causes the inflammation and dermatitis and rashes following that. So there's multiple ways to avoid that. First, be immune. Okay, you can get immunity by possibly, this is just conjecture, not a lot of studies on it, but by long-term, low-level, continuous exposure starting at a young age and continuing on through adulthood. And there is probably some genetic component to it. You can also, if you get exposed to poison ivy, if you rub it on your skin, if you go and wash it off immediately or as soon as possible, that will be very helpful, because it's an oil. It takes about 30 minutes for those oils to bind to your skin cells to produce that effect. So if you can wash it off before, then great. Using cold water and soap is going to be even more helpful because it is an oil. You can also put grease on your skin like the early colonists of Texas to try to avoid infection by it. But things in the habitat that also look similar to it, so I already said box elder just because of the leaf shape, but for its vine form and just kind of just this overall affect, a little bit of reddishness, little stems. This is a Virginia creeper, Parthenocytis kinkifolia. Kinkifolia means five-leafed, and these have different roots on their. They have these aerial roots that kind of They're stronger and more lateral. The ones from poison ivy tend to be more hair-like in all directions going. But obviously the Quinquefolia, the 5 leaves, they can actually be 7 or 9 or more leaves also, but tend to be 5 leaves. Poison ivy never does that. It's always 3 leaflets per leaf. Rutinus, this is Quinquefolia. Virginia creeper always has 5 or more per leaf. But this one actually might have some edible uses. I'm not going to say anything though, because I'm still researching that. But there's some very interesting claims out there. There's some nice grapevine. Grapevine always has a signature look to its bark. And you can actually drink the sap of grape vines. And it tastes kind of just like grape juice.
Really?
In some survival manuals. U.S. Army survival manual.
I didn't know that. I wonder how you extract it. I wonder what the best way, if you just cut it and suck on it, or drill something, or...
I went backwards there. Wild lettuce. Actually, the sap of wild lettuce has been used to combat the dermatitis caused by poison ivy. As have a decoction of sagebrush, so Artemisia ludoviciana, or silverleaf wormwood, or silverleaf sagebrush. Decoction of that was used. Also, people are very well of the jewelweed for some reason. That also is an indigenous knowledge there from the Potawatomi. It was the original document showing that jewelweed or impatiens capitata was useful for combating dermatitis from poison ivy. Sycamore platanus occidentalis, mainly useful for its wood.
I love the little sound his little feet make when he speeds up the camera. Oh, let me do this.
Some charms actually, kind of the far north, used it for bow wood, but they're pretty limited in their selection. Oh, I didn't mention. I'll see more. Chinaberry, Melia zederac, also possibly useful for bows of all things, but this is an introduced species. I wouldn't really call it invasive. This is in the wild here, so, but it doesn't as much, especially compared to maybe or ligustrum push. Out native plant species. I usually only see one here or there, so I wouldn't call it as much of a problem invasive. Anyway, it was used for the hoop and the hoop and stick, hoop and dart game of the Comanche. Also the regular soapberry. So Chinaberry looks a lot like the native soapberry. There's some more Japanese honeysuckle. I think we found who broke the mirror. Why is there just a mirror in a chair right here? That's actually kind of freaky.
Yeah, that's like some ritual shit, bro. We need to add that.
Costs water. Oh, it's like, what is? I've never seen so many Carolina snail seed fruits. First I thought of this. It's like, what is this, like some new thing? No, it's just a very densely fruiting Carolina snail seed. I pointed this out earlier to distinguish it from the greenbrier, the smilax vine. This was a common one. I'm gonna start going down the creek here to look for that special species that I was talking about at the beginning. But by the way, this is some interesting stuff. Ambrosia. Ambrosia. Dang it. The scientific name is escaping right now. But this species was used to put on like ringworm, like damage from horse flies and lesions on livestock. Also used similar for humans. Why can't I think of it? I'm sorry. And Leukemias arborea, pepper vine, not edible. In the grape family, though, Cephalanthus occidentalis bush. This is all not edible. It's actually pretty toxic. I wouldn't mess with that one. But this is the prized arrowwood of the Comanche. This is the preferred arrowwood, roughleaf dogwood, Cornus drummondii. Dogwood also has that arcuate leaf venation and kind of white berries. But it has really good quality wood for arrows. I think one big reason is just the way it grows. It's normally around the diameter one would want for arrows. It's pretty easy to straighten and retains its shape pretty well, and it grows in nice thickets. We can get a lot of it of just around the right dimensions. And the biggest part of arrow working is just sizing them down. So Cornus drummondii, other arrow woods or other dogwood species are also commonly used for arrows. Principal food fish in this area is going to be your sunfish and your bass, and some nice striped bass. Morning glory, convolvulus. Oh, there we got some bald cypress, Taxodium disticum. I'm glad you didn't hear all that rants about the bald cypress. It was embarrassing. Basically, this is Taxodium disticum, and this was the preferred tree for canoes, for dugout canoes among southeastern tribes. And these were super magnificent. The biggest bald cypress trees can be 100 feet plus, unless a meth head burns it down in Florida. But De Soto, the first Spanish expedition to the southeastward, of seeing fleets of these dugout canoes, and they were capable of holding 70 or 80 men, and either armed or oarsmen, and capable of going faster than the European boats were. So very cool species, very rot and water rot resistant. So it was being used for keels until pretty recent times, and also for destruction of docks, for the construction of anything where it's going to be water tanks it was even used for. So very quickly on in central Texas, those trees were cut down, used for lumber, for all those different applications, because they're very useful for that. They contain compounds which preserve them very well. So you don't see as many big ones, unfortunately, but it is related to the giant redwood, and it's related to both the tallest tree in the world and the widest tree in the world. The widest tree in the world is Montezuma cypress, or Taxodium, I don't know. And the redwood Sequoia sempervirens, also in the same family, Cupressaceae. And this is often water penny. People say it's edible. I've eaten it. It doesn't taste very good. So, edible, sure. Good. It's Salix nigra, black willow. What's that stuff over there? It's along all the creeks in the area. There's another big one right there. But, walnuts are also a main component of this riparian zone.
You're a walnut, bro.
Yes, Privet ligustrum lucidum, introduced species, probably one of the worst invasives in the area.
Oops.
But the fruits of it commonly used in traditional Chinese medicine. So the Salix nigra, the many different willows are basically always used for the same stuff. which is construction basketry. It has very flexible wood, so you can take the shoots and make use it for basketry, or use it for bending over in a dome shape and making it a nice little hut, steam hut, or for if you're building a big wiki upper house, you can have the horizontal poles or the vertical poles, and then use the horizontal wrappings of willow, also commonly used for certain medicinal uses such as breaking a fever. Aspirin is the source of salicylic acid. Salicylic is the willow family, and they all have that in it. And so it's the origin of aspirin comes from, I don't know actually what species exactly it came from, but similar compounds, so good for breaking a fever, possibly some other ailments. But you can actually even use it for bows, and the bark of it peels off very nicely and is pretty useful for cordage, assorted uses.
Hell
So
yeah.
all this stuff right over here is Eliocarus. It's a type of rush. It's the Spargiaceae. Well, these can all be used for basketry. It's not the best material. It's a little bit weak, but it works, especially for coiled basketry. So what you do is you take a little bundle of it, and then you coil it like how my fingers are coiling around it, a continuous coil, and then take that piece and then coil that up and build up a basket from that.
What the f-
Taking too long talking about every plant in existence. I'll try to quit.
That's what we're here for, dude. Whoa.
I'm gonna turn off the camera because there's people up here. I don't want to be rude. Oh, a dog. We're past the people. Here's a good example of that. It's called in Chinese medicine, or I guess the Latin term
Oh, I have-
is Ligustrum lucidi fructi. These turn a purple, blackish colors, but that's about their final size. It's Ligustrum lucidum, or glossy privet. A lot of people call it Japanese, or it's Ligustrum. And we're starting to get into possible habitat for the species I'm hunting right now. It specifically likes muddier areas. It's muddy but wet.
I like it when he speeds up the walking. Alright, let's bust this baby open.
This is more what I have.
Pretty good returns today. So far, we're at least breaking even. I think we're, I think we're in the green so far. Actually, by a little bit. Maybe today we finally hit a nice hole. It's been pretty slow, and I haven't really gotten off from it in a while. So maybe today's the day. Haven't gotten a multi, I mean, not really. Like, I think our last one was like 1,500 ped or 2,000 ped. Something like that. Oh, there she blows, mateys.
This is a species of mint. Mentha, really hard to ID with Anthony, but this is probably escaped from a garden at some point. Mentha piperita, which is a hybrid of its own. This probably has its own genetics, so I don't even try to ID them to species. I just call it mentha, and the smell alone is probably enough to diagnose them, but they have arcuate leaves, venation there, but square stems. The cross-section of their stems is square, but that's characteristic of all things in the Lamiaceae or mint family, but water person. Anyway, mint is delicious.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
This
Well,
Leafycata sugarberry has a delicious little berries are red and small, but very,
see, has it-
crunchy. They got a very hard seed inside.
labeled like this.
Enough to diagnose them, but they have arcuate leaves.
I feel like I may have met this guy at some point in my life. He doesn't look totally unfamiliar. And geographically, he's pretty close to me.
Venation there, but square stems. The cross-section of their stems is square, but that's characteristic of all things in the Lamiaceae or mint family, but water person.
Oops. There you go.
Anyway, mint is delicious for tea. Also great for deodorizing. One interesting use of it was to boil traps, to deodorize like animal traps. You have to remove the scent. And the way to deodorize them would be to boil them in mint leaves. But, you know, it's a good carminative, so reduces gas for digestion. And, it relaxes the smooth muscles of the intestine. It's not like a laxative or anything, but it's a relief. Upset stomach. I mean, we all know it's good, right? People, what are we doing here? We really don't know, man. I'm sorry. Let me ramble on about plants. It's a dangerous thing. I see the come for. No, I'm not going to harvest that one. It's a bad location, and also just I would never harvest the first of any plant that I saw. But in Austin, I grew up calling these elephant ears, and they're all by Town Lake. I'm sorry, Ladybird Lake. Elephant ears. That's what it's commonly called. They get big, much bigger than this actually, but a very common aquatic plant. It doesn't necessarily grow in the water all the time, but in the soil next to water, so it always has access to water. But I'm sure there'll be more further upstream. But so, I'll wait to talk about it more. Here's something a little bit more. Still not gonna try to harvest these or anything. But it's a very cool, memorable plant. It is not native to the U.S.
Let's go.
They have a very distinct color to their leaves, so I can pick it out from the background vegetation. It's almost bluish, darker cast. The leaves, especially those in the shade. Colocasia esculenta terra calo can eat every part of the plant as long as it's cooked. It contains calcium oxalates in its flesh or rapide needle-like plant structures, crystals which will irritate your skin or your digestive tract and feel like burning, just by way of mechanical harm on your body cells. But if you cook them, it neutralizes those compounds, and this historically has been an incredibly important food for cuisines globally, and for many years. It's probably one of the earliest cultivated plant, if not the earliest cultivated plant, probably indigenous to this plant was originally native to the Indo-Malayan area, so it's common in Southeast Asian cuisines, but it's also well known in East Asian cuisine, and it's pan-tropical, so also very common in African cuisine, and most prominently for my purposes Polynesian cuisine, because Hawaii is still part of the U.S., so I'm looking at indigenous North Americans. I don't know if that really counts, but I'm making it count, so I look at the accounts of the Hawaiian, native indigenous Hawaiian uses of taro, or as they call it, kalo. And the word luau comes from the leaves of this, so cooked leaves, so then they did eat both the leaves and the roots. They have these nice big edible corms in the botanical term. Corm is just a root stock plant that stores a lot of these carbohydrates in. But the different parts feature in different dishes of every imaginable variety all over the world. So this is why it's kind of crazy that I never really got into this one, or I've literally never tried this species. But they said after cooked, plunge it in the earth oven, take the root, pound it up, add a little bit of water as you go to make poi, essentially, at the end, and that could be allowed to ferment for a couple of days as desired by taste. But the most important cultivated plant for indigenous Hawaiians historically,
I don't know, man.
taro. But sweet potato would be second. Sweet potatoes actually came the other way from South America to Polynesia. Poi, what's the root of this? You can buy it in grocery stores in Hawaii and today if you want. So, a fascinating plant. I still, plenty to do. The cooked leaves be used to like wrap some fish, and then you wrap that package in the leaves like I think it's not a palm, it's an Asparagiaceae. It's a tropical species, we don't have it. But basically just an outer wrapping to prevent the leaves from getting dirty as they're buried in the earth oven. The closest related species to that in Texas that we would have would be like yucca leaves. But I'm gonna try cooking these the traditional indigenous Hawaiian way, and it sounds pretty good. So we'll see how it goes. I'll make a video about that. So let me know what you think about this video. That's really all I'm gonna go for today. I've been talking to you, I'm sure you're sick of it, but I wanted to make it at least to this plant and just see what I could find along the way. As a different type of format and a lot more information held in here. So I hope you find it valuable. I hope you can hear me. I don't know about the audio. This is a whole kind of different setup that I have here. And yeah, lots of other videos on every species I mentioned. Basically, I have individuals videos on those, and in many cases showing specific applications of various food preparation methods and primitive skills and so forth. So check them out. Cool.
Today I'm going to share with you a
Did you
good
say cool? Wait, what?
old-fashioned cabin in the woods scary story.
Go follow this guy. Go follow this guy. Paleo Foraging. Very cool channel. I'm definitely gonna watch more of his stuff. I actually wanted to see... Oh, I never posted it. He was gonna forage some of that... what was it? Yucca? No. Taro. And eat it, but he didn't. Damn, dude eats grasshoppers. That's fucking hardcore. Damn, bro. Foraging blindfolded. That's seems pretty dangerous. Damn, dude. Dude is on a different fucking level. Holy shit. Definitely give him a follow, y'all. Paleo Foraging. Very cool channel. I was entertained. And now Mr. Ballin is ready for us. Look at that face.
Happened in 1991 in West Virginia, and boy, is it a good one. But
Boy.
before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all I do. And I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. If that's of interest to you, then please take all of the like buttons' white clothes and wash them with a brand new red shirt. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. In 1991, Brian Kendall and his young family were tired of living the busy city life. He worked in Baltimore, Maryland. He was a carpenter by trade, but he and his wife, Belinda, had grown up in the country in West Virginia, and they decided to move back there, even though that would mean a multi-hour-long commute for Brian to get back to Baltimore to do work, because he still worked in Baltimore. So Brian and Belinda start looking for places to live in West Virginia, and they find this nice home in Slanesville, West Virginia, which is a population of 182 people last time I checked. The house itself had more of a cabin feel to it. I mean, it was way out in the middle of this forest, no neighbors anywhere. It was a ranch style, so single floor, and basically everywhere you looked was just pure forest. So this cabin is super isolated, but Brian and Belinda had come from a neighborhood that wasn't very safe, and they didn't like sending their kids outside without supervision. Now, living in the middle of nowhere, they could at least let their kids go outside and not really worry about them. So even though it might have been lonely, they felt like it was at least safe. And Brian went out and got a beautiful, friendly black lab dog to come and protect the property, and her name was Coco. They loved Coco. She was very protective of the kids right away, and she blended in with the family immediately, and very quickly the family really took to living in Slanesville. They loved their new home and their new life. Everything was just going so well at first. Shortly after they had moved into the house and finally unpacked, Belinda invited her brother, as well as her brother's wife and daughter named Jordan, to come over and check out the house. And so they come over. Belinda had gotten a cake and some balloons, and she planned on throwing a little mini surprise party for Jordan, who was about the same age as her kids and had recently had a birthday, and so they figured they would surprise her, give her some cake, and have a little impromptu birthday party. After cake, the kids went into the living room and were playing in there together. The living room was right next to the kitchen, and so the adults were in the kitchen having coffee and chatting, and as they're chatting, they all noticed something very strange going on in the living room with the kids. The kids had taken all of the balloons and brought them into the living room, and they had all floated up to the ceiling, and there was pretty high ceilings inside of this living room. And as the adults are looking in the direction of the kids and these balloons, they notice one of the balloons comes down from the ceiling, but the string is tight, as if someone's holding the balloon and pulling it down, but no one was pulling on the balloon. The adults stopped talking, and they've all noticed this, and they're all looking at it, because it looked very unnatural. The balloon stops right in the middle of the room, and it's a ways away from the kids, and the kids haven't noticed it. And the parents are just quietly watching this balloon, and no one knows what to make of it. No one's even commenting that this is happening. They're all just quiet and watching. And the balloon starts moving across the room over to where Jordan was. Jordan notices the balloon for the first time. She turns and goes, "Thank you," as if she's talking to someone, but no one's there. She reaches out to take the balloon, and as she goes to grab it, it drifts right back up to the ceiling, as if someone had been holding it and let go of it. And Jordan kind of grabbed for it, watched it go to the ceiling, and then Jordan just turned around and kept on playing. That startled everybody. They could make sense of a balloon coming down and then moving. The helium could be leaking, there could be a draft in the room, but for it to go right back up and look like someone had released it, they couldn't explain that. And so the parents go right in the living room. They're looking at each other. The parents are. They're like, "Did you see that? What was that about?" And they grab that balloon down from the ceiling, and they're trying to replicate what they saw. And they're kind of looking at each other like, "Are we going crazy?" And they go over to Jordan and they say, "Hey, who were you talking to a minute ago? And she couldn't really articulate anything. And they said, when the balloon was right here in front of you, who are you talking to? And she stops and kind of thinks about it for a second. She's a young kid, you know, she's like 2 or 3 years old. She thinks about it and she points in the direction where no one's standing and goes, him. The parents look in the direction of where she's pointing. They look at each other and then they start laughing because they're like, okay, we're scaring ourselves. Obviously, you know, the helium must have come out and maybe there's a draft and she's 3. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's probably got an imaginary friend. Like, we're just scaring each other. Let's just drop it. Let's forget the balloon. And so they do. They forget the balloon and they don't think about it again. But after Jordan and her parents leave, Belinda and Brian would say to each other, like, that was pretty weird. A couple of days later, Brian asked his daughter, Blair, who was about 5 or 6 years old, if she wanted to come with him and go explore the back forest behind their property because Brian had been working so much, he hadn't really had a chance to go explore, and he figured now's a good chance to go. Blair's super excited. The two of them go out into the backyard and they start walking around. And after walking a bit of a ways, they stop because they see something in the middle of the forest that shouldn't have been there. They see this van, like a vehicle, that looked like it had been set on fire at one point. It's totally charred. It's basically just a frame, and it's parked in the middle of the forest. And there are no roads anywhere. And they go in the back of the vehicle and look inside, and there are all these burnt stuffed animals, and they're in the back of this van. And there is what looks to be the spring of a mattress that must have been caught up in this fire that burned the vehicle. And Brian just had this sinking feeling that something was wrong with this scene. And he said, hey, you know what, Blair, we gotta go. Let's not look at this. We don't know what this is. Let's just go. When they get back to the house, Brian would tell Belinda what he found. How would that van have gotten there? And why was it there? It just didn't make any sense to either of them. Over the first couple of months that they were living in Slanesville, Brian was trying to commute daily to his work in Maryland, but it was taking up hours and hours of his day. He was getting no sleep, and it just didn't make sense. And so even though they only had one car, he started commuting on Monday morning to work and then staying with his mom, who lived in Maryland, and then coming back to Slanesville on Friday night, which would mean that every week, Monday to Friday, Belinda and the kids would be alone in their cabin in the woods in Slanesville with no vehicle. But Belinda had grown up in a very isolated house in the middle of a forest in West Virginia, so she wasn't a stranger to this type of setup, and so really didn't have any issues with this lifestyle that they had in Slanesville. Blair had been asking ever since they moved in if she could go camping one night out in their RV. They had a little RV camper that was parked right outside their property, and she wanted to spend a night out there by herself. And so one week when Brian was away for work, Belinda finally caved and said, okay, Blair, you can stay in the camper tonight. She wasn't thrilled about this idea, but she felt like the kids had a little bit of cabin fever going on because they were so cooped up in this house, and she figured this is an easy way to make Blair feel a little bit happier living here. So she told Blair, once you go in there, I want you to lock the door and not open it again. And Coco, their dog, is going to stay with you. Blair was just fine with this setup. And so that night she went out to the camper. She had Coco with her. She had all her warm clothes on. She brought a lantern with her and some books she was going to read. She goes out and her mom tucks her into her bed inside of the RV and gives her a kiss, and then she leaves. In the camper, there was a pull-out bed that she was on that took up the majority of the floor space in the camper. On her right, as she was laying down, was a big window with a blackout curtain that slid across the whole thing, and she kept that curtain shut. At the foot of her bed to the right was the door that led into the camper, and there was a window on that as well, but there was no blind to block it. And so at some point, Blair is tired. She turns off her lantern and she gets under her covers with Coco right next to her, and she goes to sleep. At some point in the night, Blair wakes up suddenly because Coco is acting really strange. She's very uneasy, and she's looking towards the door that leads into the camper, and she's acting like she just saw something. So Blair sits up, she's trying to calm down Coco, and she looks at the window on the door, and she can look outside. There's a little bit of moonlight outside, so she's got a little bit of illumination, and as she's looking, she sees what looks like a figure walk past the door. She can't tell if it's a person or if it's an animal or what it is, but she definitely saw something walk past the door. And Coco clearly saw it too, because Coco begins growling, and instead of just looking at the door where this figure was, Coco basically follows the figure and is now looking at the window right next to Blair. Blair thinks it's her mom, and so she tries to calm down Coco. She turns on her lantern and she goes to the front door and she peeks her head out. She doesn't see anything. She unlocks it and opens it and pokes her head out. She doesn't see her, and she goes, "Mom?" And there's no one out there. She looks up at the house, which is right next to her, and all the lights are off. There's no sign that her mom left the house. Suddenly feeling really startled, she shuts the door, locks it, and goes back in her bed.
Now, the whole time that Blair had turned that lantern on and gone down to the door and yelled for her mom, Coco was still in the bed looking at the window where the blackout curtains were covering up whatever was on the other side. Now, when Blair's going back to the bed, Coco is showing her teeth. She's baring her teeth and she's growling at the window. Blair's totally spooked. She jumps into her bed, throws the covers over her head, and she's sitting there hoping that Coco will just stop and that this will all end and she can go to sleep, but Coco doesn't stop. And she's like reaching out and trying to pull Coco to get under the covers with her, but Coco won't stop. Blair decides
Coco won't stop!
And she thinks, maybe it is my mom. Maybe I just missed her before and she's trying to come in. Maybe she was knocking and I didn't hear her, and so she...
Hold up. Hey. Sorry, man. That was terrible. That was embarrassing. I think it's gonna rain, maybe. Let's check the radar. More like gaydar, am I right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's gonna rain. 100. 100. Oh man. Oh no, bro. Kerrville is getting it again. Jesus. Oh no. Well, it looks like it's moving through it though. It looks like it's moving through it. Doesn't look like it's gonna stay on Kerrville. Man. It's so sad that people are turning the Kerrville tragedy into like political and using it to say, oh, anything, honestly, other than, you know, being sad for the parents and all the families. And that's how sick people are, man. Like, I do think we need better. I think hopefully they're gonna work on like better warning systems or something, cause that shit don't. You know, it failed. Well, I think it was like the rain started rising so fast. Or I'm sure it's gonna be investigated, just like Uvalde and all that. I don't know. You know, maybe not, because it's like there was nothing that could even be done. You know, it's just like the raw power of nature, dude. It's so sad, though. I have a, I know someone who, has been helping a lot with that and doing some really, like, rough things. So shut the fuck up about politics when you're talking about shit like that, man. Just have respect for the families and, you know, don't push your stupid fucking agenda, man. Sorry, one sec.
Takes her covers off her head, gets right up next to the side of the wall. She's underneath the window, which is right next to her. And she starts pulling aside that curtain. And as soon as she's got a view out the window, she sees a dark figure that looks like a man or something standing right outside the glass, looking down into her camper. She's so scared. She drops the curtain and then just gets under her covers. Coco goes right on top of Blair and is standing over time I checked. The house itself. In 1991, Brian Kendall and his young family.
Oops. Yeah, I was saying I need to restart this. I didn't hear shit. Sorry.
Were tired of living the busy city life. He worked in Baltimore, Maryland. He was a carpenter by trade, but he and his wife Belinda had grown up in the country in West Virginia, and they decided to move back there, even though that would mean a multi-hour-long commute for Brian to get back to Baltimore to do work, because he still worked in Baltimore. So Brian and Belinda start looking for places to live in West Virginia, and they find this nice home in Slanesville, West Virginia, which has a population of 182 people last time I checked. The house itself had more of a cabin feel to it. I mean, it was way out in the middle of this forest, no neighbors anywhere. It was a ranch style, so single floor, and basically everywhere you looked was just pure forest. So this cabin is super isolated, but Brian and Belinda had come from a neighborhood that wasn't very safe, and they didn't like sending their kids outside without supervision. Now, living in the middle of nowhere, they could at least let their kids go outside and not really worry about them. So even though it might have been lonely, they felt like it was at least safe. And Brian went out and got a beautiful, friendly black lab dog to come and protect the property, and her name was Coco. They loved Coco. She was very protective of the kids right away, and she blended in with the family immediately. And very quickly, the family really took to living in Slanesville. They loved their new home and their new life. Everything was just going so well at first. Shortly after they had moved into the house and finally unpacked, Belinda invited her brother as well as her brother's wife and daughter named Jordan to come over and check out the house. And so they come over. Belinda had gotten a cake and some balloons, and she planned on throwing a little mini surprise party for Jordan, who was about the same age as her kids and had recently had a
I'm doing it again. This time I'm for realsies. Okay, I remember.
Even though it might have been lonely, they felt like it was a neighborhood that wasn't very safe. Everywhere you looked was time I checked. The house time I checked. Brian to get back to Baltimore to do work, because he still worked in Baltimore. So Brian and Belinda start looking for places to live in West Virginia, and they find this nice home in Slanesville, West Virginia, which has a population of 182 people last time I checked. The house itself had more of a cabin feel to it. I mean, it was way out in the middle of this forest, no neighbors anywhere. It was a ranch style, so single floor, and basically everywhere you looked was just pure forest. So this cabin is super isolated, but Brian and Belinda had come from a neighborhood that wasn't very safe, and they didn't like sending their kids outside without supervision. Now, living in the middle of nowhere, they could at least let their kids go outside and not really worry about them. So even though it might have been lonely, they felt like it was at least safe. And Brian went out and got a beautiful, friendly black lab dog to come and protect the property, and her name was Coco. They loved Coco. She was very protective of the kids right away, and she blended in with the family immediately. And very quickly, the family really took to living in Slanesville. They loved their new home and their new life. Everything was just going so well at first. Shortly after they had moved into the house and finally unpacked, Belinda invited her brother as well as her brother's wife and daughter named Jordan to come over and check out the house. And so they come over. Belinda had gotten a cake and some balloons, and she planned on throwing a little mini surprise party for Jordan, who was about the same age as her kids and had recently had a birthday, and so they figured they would surprise her, give her some cake, and have a little impromptu birthday party. After cake, the kids went into the living room and were playing in there together. The living room was right next to the kitchen, and so the adults were in the kitchen having coffee and chatting chatting, and as they're chatting, they all notice something very strange going on in the living room with the kids. The kids had taken all of the balloons and brought them into the living room, and they had all floated up to the ceiling, and there was pretty high ceilings inside of this living room. And as the adults are looking in the direction of the kids and these balloons, they notice one of the balloons comes down from the ceiling, but the string is tight, as if someone's holding the balloon and pulling it down, but no one was pulling on the balloon. The adults stopped. Very strange going on in the living room birthday party. After, just quietly walks right back up to the ceiling, as if it startled everybody. They could make sense of a balloon. They're looking at each other, the parents are, and they're like, did you see that? What was that about? And they grab that balloon down from the ceiling, and they're trying to like replicate what they saw, and they're kind of looking at each other like, are we going crazy? And they go over to Jordan and they say, hey, who were you talking to a minute ago? And she couldn't really articulate anything. And they said, when the balloon was right here in front of you, who are you talking to? And she stops and kind of thinks about it for a second. She's a young kid, you know, she's like 2 or 3 years old. She thinks about it and she points in the direction where no one's standing and goes, him. The parents look in the direction of where she's pointing. They look at each other and then they start laughing because they're like, okay, we're scaring ourselves. Obviously, you know, the helium must have come out and maybe there's a draft and she's 3. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's probably got an imaginary friend. Like, we're just scaring each other. Let's just drop it. Let's forget the balloon. And so they do. They forget the balloon and they don't think about it again. But after Jordan and her parents leave, Belinda and Brian would say to each other, like, that was pretty weird. A couple of days later, Brian asked his daughter, Blair, who was about 5 or 6 years old, if she wanted to come with him and go explore the back forest behind their property, because Brian had been working so much, he hadn't really had a chance to go explore, and he figured now's a good chance to go. Blair's super excited. The two of them go out into the backyard and they start walking around. And after walking a bit of a ways, they stop because they see something in the middle of the forest that shouldn't have been there. They see this van, like a vehicle, that looked like it had been set on fire at one point. It's totally charred. It's basically just a frame, and it's parked in the middle of the forest. And there are no roads anywhere. And they go in the back of the vehicle and look inside, and there are all these burnt stuffed animals and kids' toys that are in the back of this van. And there is what looks to be the spring of a mattress that must have been caught up in this fire that burned the vehicle. And Brian just had this sinking feeling that something was wrong with this scene. And he said, hey, you know what, Blair, we gotta go. Let's not look at this. We don't know what this is. Let's just go. When they get back to the house, Brian would tell Belinda what he found. How would that van have gotten there? And why was it there? It just didn't make any sense to either of them. Over the first couple of months that they were living in Slanesville, Brian was trying to commute daily to his work in Maryland, but it was taking up hours and hours of his day. He was getting no sleep, and it just didn't make sense. And so even though they only had one car, he started commuting on Monday morning to work and then staying with his mom, who lived in Maryland, and then coming back to Slanesville on Friday night, which would mean that every week, Monday to Friday, Belinda and the kids would be alone in their cabin in the woods in Slanesville with no vehicle. But Belinda had grown up in a very isolated house in the middle of a forest in West Virginia, so she wasn't a stranger to this type of setup, and so really didn't have any issues with this lifestyle that they had in Slanesville. Blair had been asking ever since they moved in if she could go camping one night out in their RV. They had a little RV camper that was parked right outside their property, and she wanted to spend a night out there by herself. And so one week when Brian was away for work, Belinda finally caved and said, okay, Blair, you can stay in the camper tonight. She wasn't thrilled about this idea, but she felt like the kids had a little bit of cabin fever going on because they were so cooped up in this house, and she figured this is an easy way to make Blair feel a little bit happier living here. So she told Blair, once you go in there, I want you to lock the door and not open it again. And Coco, their dog, is going to stay with you. Blair was just fine with this setup. And so that night she went out to the camper. She had Coco with her. She had all her warm clothes on. She brought a lantern with her and some books she was going to read. She goes out and her mom tucks her into her bed inside of the RV and gives her a kiss, and then she leaves. In the camper, there was a pull-out bed that she was on that took up the majority of the floor space in the camper. On her right, as she was laying down, was a big window with a blackout curtain that slid across the whole thing, and she kept that curtain shut. At the foot of her bed to the right was the door that led into the camper, and there was a window on that as well, but there was no blind to block it. And so at some point, Blair is tired. She turns off her lantern and she gets under her covers with Coco right next to her, and she goes to sleep. At some point in the night, Blair wakes up suddenly because Coco is acting really strange. She's very uneasy and she's looking towards the door that leads into the camper and she's acting like she just saw something. So Blair sits up, she's trying to calm down Coco, and she looks at the window on the door and she can look outside. There's a little bit of moonlight outside, so she's got a little bit of illumination. And as she's looking, she sees what looks like a figure walk past the door. She can't tell if it's a person or if it's an animal or what it is, but she definitely saw something walk past the door. And Coco clearly saw it too, because Coco begins growling, and instead of just looking at the door where this figure was, Coco basically follows the figure and is now looking at the window right next to Blair. Blair thinks it's her mom. And so she tries to calm down Coco. She turns on her lantern and she goes to the front door and she peeks her head out. She doesn't see anything. She unlocks it and opens it and pokes her head out. She doesn't see her and she goes, "Mom?" And there's no one out there. She looks up at the house, which is right next to her, and all the lights are off. There's no sign that her mom left the house. Suddenly feeling really startled, she shuts the door, locks it, and goes back in her bed. Now, the whole time that Blair had turned that lantern on and gone down to the door and yelled for her mom, Coco was still in the bed looking at the window where the blackout curtains were covering up whatever was on the other side. Now, when Blair's going back to the bed, Coco is showing her teeth. She's baring her teeth and she's growling at the window. Blair's totally spooked. She jumps into her bed, throws the covers over her head, and she's sitting there hoping that Coco will just stop and that this will all end and she can go to sleep, but Coco doesn't stop. And she's like reaching out and trying to pull Coco to get under the covers with her, but Coco won't stop. Blair decides she has to take a look out that window. And she thinks, maybe it is my mom. Maybe I just missed her before and she's trying to come in. Maybe she was knocking and I didn't hear her. And so she takes her covers off her head, gets right up next to the side of the wall. She's underneath the window, which is right next to her. And she starts pulling aside that curtain. And as soon as she's got a view out the window, she sees a dark figure that looks like a man or something standing right outside the glass, looking down into her camper. She's so scared, she drops the curtain and just gets under her covers. Coco goes right on top of Blair and is standing over Blair, basically protecting her. And at some point, Blair does manage to fall asleep. Meanwhile, on the same night, there was some other drama happening up at the main house. Belinda had put Blair's younger brother, Sean, to bed almost immediately after she tucked in Blair inside of the camper. Sean was 3 years old and he was a great sleeper. She could put him in his bed, say goodnight to him, and she wouldn't see him until the next morning. But that night, Belinda was laying in bed, and Sean multiple times would get out of his bed and come into her bedroom and say he was scared and didn't want to be in his room. Belinda would get up, she'd go back, she'd tuck him back in and say, "You got nothing to worry about, it's just a new house, you're fine, you're safe." But on the third or fourth time that this happened, because it was so out of character, she asked Sean, "What's going on? What are you so scared of?" And he says, "There's a monster in my window." Belinda assumes what he means is maybe a deer was outside or some other animal might have walked by the window, because in virtue of being a single-story house, all of the bedroom windows are at ground level. And so she goes to the window and she looks out, and it's just forest, deep, dark forest, everywhere you look. And so she's thinking, okay, maybe a deer walked by the window or a moose or something like that, and that's what he saw. And so she was able to explain to him that, it's just a new house, there's probably some deer that are coming by the window, you got nothing to worry about. And so she was able to finally calm him down and he would go to sleep. The next morning, Blair is relieved to wake up and have sunlight be coming through that little open window on the front door. She and Coco go into the main house. She sits down for breakfast with her mom and with her brother, and Belinda asks her how was camping. And Blair, who was normally a very chatty child, was very quiet about it. And her mom said, well, did you have a good time? Like, you gonna tell me anything about it? And Blair just said, I don't think I want to go camping again. And she didn't elaborate. She just didn't want to talk about it. And so Belinda didn't ask any more questions, and that was that. That day goes by without incident. And then that night, Belinda gets Sean and Blair to bed in their normal rooms. They're asleep. Belinda goes to her bed and she falls asleep. And she starts to have this very strange dream. In her dream, she wakes up and looks at the foot of her bed and she sees a boy she doesn't recognize. And he's signaling her to come with him. And so in her dream, she gets up out of her bed and she follows him out of her room and she goes out to the front yard, and it's daylight outside. And on her front yard are all these clotheslines strung all over the front yard. And there are these white sheets that are hanging from each of these clotheslines, all in different random directions. And she's trying to find this boy, and she can't find him because all the sheets keep getting in her way. She finally stops because she feels something on her toe. And she looks down, she's barefoot, and on her right big toe is a clothespin that had been pinched onto her toe. And so she reaches down and pulls it off, and that's when she wakes up. And now she's awake in real life. And so she sits up and she's kind of looking around, and she's in that immediate fog following a really vivid dream. And then she realizes that was just a dream, gets back in bed, and she goes to sleep. The next day she gets up, she gets out of her bed, and she begins pulling her blankets up to make her bed. As she's walking around the foot of the bed, she stops because she sees something on the ground. A clothespin. They don't own any clothespins. And so she's sitting there looking at it thinking, how could that have gotten there? What was that dream about? Was I awake? Was I doing something in my sleep? Was I sleepwalking? She can't make sense of it, but it totally freaked her out. That day, Belinda told her sister about this dream with the clothespin and then finding it at the foot of the bed. And her sister's like, look, you probably just need a break. You're alone with the kids all the time. You're isolated. Let me come over. I'll watch the kids and you can just go for a walk and do whatever. Just clear your mind. And so Belinda's sister comes over, takes the kids, and Belinda decides that what she's going to do is go explore the woods behind their house. She walks a little ways behind their property and she sees something that really stands out to her. It was a little cemetery, and it was on their property, or at least close to their property. She goes over to it and sees there are 4 small headstones. There's no writing on them, but the size of the headstone themselves, it seemed to indicate that these could have been children. And so she was very unsettled by it and decided that, you know what, I'm done with my walk and I'm just going to go back now. A couple of days later, Blair was sleeping in her room when she woke up suddenly for no apparent reason. She sat up, she kind of looked around, and she noticed that the curtains that normally would cover up her window that overlooked her bed were open. And she felt really uneasy by this, especially after that incident in the RV. She liked having those curtains closed. So she gets up to go over and shut this curtain, and she looks out the window and she sees standing in front of the tree line is a dark silhouette of a figure. It looks like a man or some person. And she freezes and she's looking at it, and she can tell that it's moving towards her. And she's looking even closer, and then she can tell it's now running at her. She shuts it, jumps into her bed, and covers herself up. As she's laying there under her covers, not knowing what to do, she hears Coco barking from her mom's room. Belinda wakes up to Coco barking and looks at what she's looking at, and it's the window. So Belinda gets up, she looks out the window, she doesn't see anything, and tells Coco to calm down. She figured, okay, maybe she saw a deer or something. And then just to be a good mom, she checks on her kids. She goes to Sean's room. Sean didn't wake up from the barking. He's asleep in his bed. But when Belinda goes into Blair's room, Blair is hiding under her covers and she's scared of something. And she asks Blair, honey, what's wrong? And Blair finally says that she saw something. She thought it was a person. She didn't know what, but it was running towards the house. And so Belinda's thinking to herself, she just saw an animal. Because that's probably what Sean saw when he thought he saw a monster outside. And I'm sure that's what Coco saw. You know, Coco's going to react to an animal. There's probably some deer that's coming right up to the window, and it's scaring my kids, it's scaring my dog. And so Belinda tells Blair, you got nothing to worry about, honey. Go back to sleep. Everything's going to be fine. She calms her down. She puts her to sleep. She double checks on Sean. Sean's still sleeping. And Belinda and Coco go back into Belinda's room, and they get in bed, and Belinda goes back to sleep. At some point in the night, Belinda's laying with her back to the door, and she feels someone tapping on the back of her head. And she's assuming at this point it's got to be Sean or even Blair who've come in there because they're scared again. And reflexively, without even opening her eyes, she says, honey, there's nothing outside. You get nothing to be scared of. Go back to sleep. There's a silence, and then she feels tapping on her head again. Now she opens her eyes and she rolls over to tell one of her two kids that everything's fine, but there's no one there. It startles her because not only is there no one there, but Coco is now on the bed growling in the direction of wherever this tapping was coming from. Immediately, Belinda flips on the light and she's looking around her room and there's nothing. Gets up and she goes into her kids' rooms. They are fast asleep. Just to be sure, she walks around the house, makes sure everything is locked. She gets back in her bed and she's sitting there with Coco. And she can't help it. She's scared. Between her kids seeing stuff outside, finding that cemetery, the weird clothespin thing going on, now something feeling like it was tapping her, but no one's in the room with her. She's scared. And in fact, she would say in interviews that this was the first time that she even thought about the word haunted in relationship to what was going on at their house. The next day, Belinda just wanted to get away from the house. So she calls her mom and says, hey, can we use your car for the day to go run some errands? Her mom says, absolutely. Her mom drops the car off and Belinda and the kids load up and they head into town. When they left, they put Coco in her outdoor cage, totally locked and secure. So they head out and they go to this gas station in Slanesville, and Belinda gets out, she's fueling up her car, and another resident of Slanesville pulls up right next to her and she's filling up her car. And the two women strike up a conversation. At some point in this discussion, the woman asks Belinda where she lives in Slanesville because she's a longtime resident and she didn't recognize Belinda. Belinda describes where she lives, and the woman who's familiar with the area says, well, do you know the story of your property? And Belinda's like, no. She's like, well, years and years ago, there was a really bad fire. I think it was right near your property that a whole family died in. And Belinda says, you know what? I actually found a small cemetery a little ways back on our property, but that's what it is. As Belinda is driving away and she's thinking about this story she's been told, she has this sense of relief that now she has some closure on why there's that cemetery on her property. And she couldn't help but think, if her house is haunted, which she had only recently considered, maybe it's not such a bad thing to have it be this family that's doing the haunting. It didn't feel evil, it just felt kind of sad, and she was empathetic for this lost family. When they got back from running those errands, Coco was gone. They went to the fence and it hadn't been opened. There was no sign that she had been able to burrow underneath this fence. There was no way for her to get out unless you opened the gate, and it was locked and shut. And so they didn't know what to make of that, and the only thing they could come up with is someone must have taken Coco. And unfortunately, they would never see Coco again. It was a huge loss for this family. Coco was not only a dog they loved and considered part of their family, but she was also their protection, and it was a very big deal that she was gone. A couple of days go by and Brian's home from work and everyone in the house is asleep except for Belinda. Belinda was up watching TV, and at some point she turns off the TV and she also goes to bed. She starts having the same dream she had when she felt that clothespin on her toe. In her dream, she wakes up and at the foot of her bed is this boy, the same boy that she had followed outside that she could never find in the sheets. And so she gets up and she starts following this boy. He brings her out to the front of the house, out onto the front yard. And again, the whole front yard is covered in these white sheets that are strung up along clotheslines. And as she's making her way across the front yard, pulling sheets aside, she finally reaches a clearing and she sees this boy who looks like about the same age as her son, Sean. And this boy looks terrified, and she's looking at him, and the boy is kind of looking to his left. And then from behind one of the sheets next to the boy walks this dark figure that stands right next to him and looks up at her. And it's an expressionless, dark figure. It almost looks like a man. And it starts walking up the lane of sheets towards her. She falls over backwards, and she wakes up. And when she wakes up in real life, she hears screaming coming from her own son's room. She and Brian jump up out of bed and run into Sean's room. He's laying on the ground with his arm cocked to the side. It's clearly been broken. And he's screaming and guarding his arm. And Belinda's over him saying, "What happened? What happened?" And the boy just says, "The monster came in the window." They don't know what to make of this. They're not sure if that means an intruder came in or what, but they have to get him to the hospital. They scoop him up, they grab Blair, and they get in the car and they leave. They get Sean to the hospital, and sure enough, he's got a very bad break in his arm and he needs to stay at the hospital for a couple of days. Now this happened on a Sunday night, and so Brian...
Your arm doesn't just break, bro. That's crazy. The thing broke his arm. Holy fuck, man. That's like some shit out of Constantine, the movie. God damn.
To go back to Maryland the next day.
I wonder when the second one's coming out, by the way.
work. So their car was gone. So 3 days later, when it was time to get Sean, Belinda had to borrow her mother's car to go pick him up. So Belinda gets her mother's car, and she and Blair drive to the hospital. They pick up Sean. As they're driving back, the car breaks down. And they're on the side of the road with flashers on, and Belinda doesn't know what to do. Luckily, a good Samaritan is driving by. Another resident of Slainsville sees them pulled over. She pulls over. It's an older woman, and she says, "Hey, can I give you guys a ride?" Belinda's like, "Thank you. Yes, we need a ride." So she, Sean, and Blair load up in the car, and they start driving to their house. And so Belinda tells this woman where she lives. "Yep, you take this road." You get up to our house. It's set back in the woods there. And when she realizes where Belinda lives, she looks at Belinda and goes, "You do know the history of your house, right?" And Belinda looks at her and goes, "Yeah, the fire that killed the family, we're aware." She goes, "No, not a fire. The last occupant of your house was rumored to be hurting children on your property. And there was no proof, but some of the local men here decided they were going to take justice into their own hands, and they convinced this guy to go hunting with them. And they brought him out in the woods behind his house, and they ambushed him, and his body's never been found. It's rumored there's a van somewhere in the woods near your house where they put him inside of it, shut the doors, and lit it on fire." Belinda's in shock hearing this, because now, if her house is haunted, which she's believing it is, it's not some nice family that was sadly lost in a fire. It's this horrible thing. They finally got back to the house. They said
Oh my
bye to
God.
London, and Belinda and her kids went inside. And for Belinda, it was like this horrible sense of dread being in the house.
Yeah,
It just
fuck
felt
that.
evil. And she realized that she couldn't stay there anymore. So she picks up the phone, she calls Brian, and she says, "I cannot stay here another night. I have to go." And so Brian says, "Okay." He drives back from Maryland. They pack some bags, they get in his car, and they all leave for Brian's mom's house. And that was it. They never stayed another night at that house. They only went back a couple times to pack up their stuff, put it in moving trucks, and they left. So I'd love to get your feedback on this story. Do you think that the house was indeed haunted? Or do you think there's some other explanation? Let me know in the comments, and I will respond to all the early commenters. So get in there and give me your theories. If you enjoyed today's story and you haven't done this already, please take all of the like button's white articles of clothing and wash them with a bright red brand new t-shirt. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. If you have a story submission that you think could work on this channel, whether it's your personal story or just a suggestion, please go to our subreddit. It's just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. I read it every single day, and if I intentionally use your submission, I will absolutely credit you. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content on TikTok. My username over there is Mr. Ballin. So whether I see you on Reddit, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, some combination, I'm just very thankful for your support. And until next time, guys, that's going to do it. See ya.
Need to find a new asteroid. I need to turn the fucking AC on. Peak React, you could do search for. Oh, sorry, dude. I'm sorry if I missed you, Snack. It's kind of hard for me actually. I started multi-streaming like yesterday on this new thing, and I don't really have an easy way to look at all of the chat. Like, there's no aggregated chat, so I don't even know how to see my chat. What the hell? Wait, am I not even live? I'm not even live. On Facebook, hold on. Yeah, I'll do it though. If you're still there. But give me just a sec, let me figure this out. Public, edit post. What the fuck, man? You have no events here. What is going on here? How do I post? What the fuck, man? This is so weird. Facebook Live is so weird. Complete post details. There's nothing for me to do! Okay. Search for Fell Story as core fight with intro. What is that? It's a song. But is it copyright? Is this it? Is this your video? Don't lie. I hope I don't get a copyright strike for this, buddy. I'm just gonna keep it kind of low. I like it. I like 8-bit type music. Chiptune. I just don't want to get in trouble for copyright because music is really, you know, I always get, yeah, it's like you can't really even play anything unless it's your music or unless you pay, and I don't want to pay for Epidemic Sound. It's too expensive. It's not that bad actually, but I need to save my money right now. it's like $100 a year or something like that. And I'd say it's worth it, like, if you have a YouTube, ow, if you are gonna seriously do YouTube, because it's like you can use it to make all your music, you can use it for your soundtrack. It's a great little deal. Man, I'm so sick of these AI videos, man. Wait. Hold on, let me go look at the rain real quick. Be right back, one second. This guy's, it's a joke, by the way. It's satire.
Who was involved in the creation of Sydney Sweeney's most recent advertisement?
That's enough for that whiny fat pig of a person. I got some news to read. Good evening and welcome to We Lie to You News. Tonight's top stories. American Eagle is under fire for a racist Sydney Sweeney ad. Congress passes the Pelosi Act. Trump disses the mayor of London, and is Justin Trudeau dating an astronaut? All that and more tonight, starting with American Eagle is under fire from non-heterosexuals for their Sydney Sweeney ad that utilizes what's called effective marketing tactics. However, people on the left are very maturely melting down in rage about it for two reasons. One, because she's not a fat pig. And two, because the ad is racist Nazi propaganda. Oh, so, you might ask. Well, in the series of ads, it utilizes the tagline, Sydney Sweeney has good genes. Now, you might think that is referring to the jeans she's wearing, but it's not. Then you might think it's referring to her genes that make her a beautiful person, but it's not. You probably wouldn't think it's referring to her genes that make her a white person, but it is. Thus, after digging several tangential layers beneath the surface and making a giant assumption, it's safe to conclude that the Sydney Sweeney ad is saying that the genetic genes that make you white are the good genes. Shame on you, American Eagle. This Justin! May we remind you that everything is racist, and if you don't see it everywhere, it's because you're racist. However, American Eagle is outright lying about the incident, claiming that Sweeney is a beautiful woman who is being used to motivate other women to buy their product. That's provably a fabrication, because if their objective was actually to motivate women to buy their product, they would use someone like Calvin Klein did in order to move the sales needle backwards. Or they'd feature someone incredibly relatable to potential women buyers like Ulta Beauty did. Take a look. In other news, after a UK visit, President Trump had these words of praise for the Mayor of London.
But Europe has a big immigration problem. They also liked when I said that they have one of the worst mayors anywhere in the world in London. He's a horrible mayor, nasty guy, stupid guy in my opinion, but he's a nasty man.
I have no idea what Trump is referring to, but in other news, here's this year's winner of the Miss London beauty pageant. Meanwhile, Congress has passed what they refer to as the Pelosi Act, which would prohibit members of Congress from using information and influence they have to create abnormalities in how well they perform in the stock market. Here's Senator Josh Hawley, who introduced the act.
We've seen the former Speaker of the House make millions of dollars in profits. We've seen members of both parties, I'm sad to say, be investigated for their stock trades. And the reason for all of this is that, quite frankly, members of this body are privy to information that the normal person just is not.
Also, the Pelosi Act just so happens to have the same name as the last name of the current stock market world record holder, Nancy Pelosi. No word yet on any correlation. Most likely a coincidence. And in Could the WNBA Get Any Worse news? While complaining about her pay, Angel Reese tried to flex on reporters by bragging about her pay. She said, and I quote, "Y'all make $1,400 a week. I make $1,400 in 7 days." That's right. That's what she said. You know, at least when men were in sports, there's some common sense. And finally, is former Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, dating current astronaut Katy Perry? Rumors are swirling as they were seen having dinner together. While nothing is confirmed, here at the station, we think they'd be a great couple as they have a lot in common. They both pee sitting down, they both are hyper-feminine, and they both have the same level of talent when it comes to performing and running a country. That's it for today's news. Please remember to boycott the racist American Eagle.
My body's composition is determined by my genes. Hey, eyes up here.
I don't think I'm racist, but I really like watching that ad for some reason. Good night! Welcome to my studio workspace. I'm someone who always wants to reduce...
You have no events you're hosting. Oh, yeah, you need to create an event now. Bro, what? What the fuck, man? I can't go live on Facebook. It's crazy. It was working fine on my, it was working fine on Restream. I don't understand. Try just refreshing it. It's like stuck. Start by... Oh, you do need to create an event. What the fuck? Stream. Virtual. Facebook Live. Who can see it? Public. Oh my god. Create event. What the fuck is all this, dude? Just to go live on Facebook? Oh. Why is it in military time? What the fuck? It's at 18:30. 18. What the fuck? 18. Oh. Okay, so 8. No. 30. 6:30. It's in 10 minutes. Jesus fucking Christ, dude, I have to make a whole event to stream on Facebook. You know what? Fuck it. We're doing it. I just invited like 500 people. To the stream. Damn, dude, never in my life. It's weird. This system Facebook has. I don't know, maybe it's just this damn program I'm using. Scheiße. Go live. What the fuck, man? Now it won't even let me. go live on Facebook. Ah, such a pain in the ass, bro. I mean, okay, wait. Did it go? Oh! Yes. Okay. Complete post details. Reacts gaming and music 8 to 25. Alright. Hello. Oh. Right. Bro, what is this? I would show y'all, but oh fuck, it worked. Oh my god. Alright, we'll see. We'll see if we actually get like people. I've never done this before, so trying something new. See if I can get some oh, I sent it to like a ton of old Facebook friends. I don't even know who. I just randomly sent out like 500 invites. So, yeah, sorry if I spammed you. Well, I came from that mass invite. What's up, man? Well, hey, it worked at least. Yeah, man, hell yeah. How you doing? I remember that picture or something. How are you doing, brother? Yeah, I think I'm gonna be actually live on Facebook here in 3 minutes as well. So, and that will be like, yeah, I don't know. I've never even. It's weird. There's this whole new system for streaming on Facebook, I guess. I don't know. I think it's this new thing I'm using because I was using Restream, but it's like so expensive to do more than 2 channels. You have to pay like $30 a month or something like that. It's kind of insane. So I found a new multi-streaming platform called Item, or I think it's called Item, and it's free, but Facebook is like a whole new deal. Like I really can't get it to we just got back from, hey, hell yeah, man. Get some of that rain. It's like you're going swimming. Yeah, I was out in the rain a little bit. But there's a difference between that and getting drenched. Sorry if you got drenched and you weren't trying to get drenched, because that sucks. Cold one at that. Oh yeah. Yeah, I heard it was it started flash flooding again actually, man. Those floods, man. Oh, those floods were so fucking bad recently. So tragic. I'm playing this game called, it's an older game called Entropia. It's kind of like the first ever, well, it's up there with like, what's it called? Oh, okay, I think we're live on Facebook now. It's up there with like, it's kind of, yeah, I think it's up there with like Second Life. A little bit, I'd say it's cooler than Second Life though, because there's like, it's more of a video game. Like there's more, you know, like it's not as boring. I think Second Life is a little boring for me. But this is like, you know, it's like a full-fledged MMO, sci-fi MMO RPG, and it has a real cash economy. So yeah, the old game, but I've been playing it for so long, and you know how that goes. It's probably invested more into this game than any other, well, no, yeah, than any other like game or you know, crypto game, or just over time. This was kind of before crypto gaming, actually. It was totally before crypto gaming. I mean, so yeah, there's like a long history. Yeah, 2003. It's changed a lot since then. They've updated it a lot. Yeah, wait, for real. And they're currently, they say they're currently overhauling it again into Unreal Engine. So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I've invested a lot of time and money into this game, and honestly, I enjoy it. I mean, it's you gotta be careful because you can't like go, you know, you can't degen in this game. It's not like a slot machine. If you do that, you're gonna lose your ass. But you know, if you play smart and you like sell stuff to people, and you mainly do that, like you really have to kind of focus on, you know, like you have to sell stuff to people, and you have to like find good opportunities in the economy, you know, in the market, and you know, anyways, I'm just rambling now. Anyways, man, what are you up to? What are you up to today? Oh, I need to find 8. Motherfucker. No. Oh. Damn it, bro. I left my fucking door open for 1 fucking second. Oh. Mosquito gets in. Fucking mosquitoes, bro. Damn, should have got some milk earlier. It's clear and drawing and playing. I need to turn the AC on one sec. Okay, let's watch this video. Yeah, sorry. I'll fix it. When I'm not talking, I'll turn on the desktop audio. Yeah, been playing Grounded 2. What's Grounded 2? I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, I do. I remember seeing it. How is it? NCAA Football 25, huh? I used to play Madden. I used to play a lot of Madden. Used to love Madden.
Left the school in Aurora, Illinois with his mother, Amy. Amy had shown up at the school unexpectedly, telling the staff that there was a family emergency. Timothy's teachers were caught off guard as something seemed to be severely off with Amy, but they let Timothy go with his mother, figuring everything was going to be okay. These are some of the most disturbing unsolved cases with video footage. As they drove away from the school, Timothy was excited. He loved spending time with his mother, and they were heading out on what seemed like a special adventure. Amy took him to a zoo, then a water park. It felt like a mini holiday, and a chance to have some fun together, just the two of them. They checked into hotels along the way, and at each stop, Amy made sure they had fun. Still, to Timothy, it was probably just an exciting trip with his mum. But there were signs that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Amy wasn't just taking a break, she was avoiding contact with Timothy's dad and other family members. She would call them every now and again, always sounding upbeat, but she never let Timothy talk to anyone. She'd say, he's fine, he's having fun, but never gave him the phone. When she called her husband, she told him not to worry and that they were fine, in a very cheerful tone. But still, the phone calls left the family uneasy. Why wouldn't she let Timothy speak? The two kept moving from place to place. They stayed in a couple different hotels, moving further and further away from home. Amy was seen on hotel security cameras, and people who saw them said that Timothy looked happy, completely unaware that anything was about to happen. At one point, Amy visited a hardware store where she bought a few items that didn't seem to fit with a road trip. She purchased small things like a notebook and a pen, things that just felt out of place. Amy seemed to be stalling, like she was trying to gain time, though no one knew for what. The choices she made only added to the mystery. Every call to her family sounded upbeat, yet the details made them anxious. Why did she seem so cheerful but refused to explain what she was doing or let Timothy talk? Amy also checked into a hotel without Timothy for one night, a strange move that raised even more questions. Why would she go to a hotel by herself when Timothy was still with her? And where did she leave the 6-year-old? These unexplained decisions kept building up, leaving her family more worried with each passing day. When Amy made her last call to her mother-in-law, she sounded calm. She told her that everything was going smoothly and she shouldn't worry about anything. But this time, her mother-in-law pressed her, asking directly to speak with Timothy. Though once again, Amy refused. This time, her excuse was simple. He's busy playing. Her voice was light-hearted, but there was something strange about her tone, as if she was masking something deeper. On the 14th of May 2011, Amy checked into a motel in Rockford, Illinois. By then, she and Timothy had been on the road for 3 days. That evening, Amy was spotted on security cameras one last time, and she entered her room alone. Timothy was nowhere to be seen. The next day, motel staff found Amy dead in her room as she had ended her own life. It was a devastating discovery, but the shock didn't end there. Next to Amy's body, police found a note she had written, a message that only deepened the mystery. In her handwriting, Amy explained that Timothy was safe, but added something haunting. You will never find him. But there was something else in the note that left Timothy's family and investigators terrified. Amy also wrote, Timothy is safe with people who will care for him. This message seemed to suggest that she had left Timothy with someone she trusted, someone who could take care of him. But who were these people? And did they even exist? The note left Timothy's family in disbelief. Amy had assured everyone that they were fine, but now she was gone and Timothy was nowhere to be found. As the police combed through her car, they discovered traces of blood on the seat. They immediately tested it, and it was confirmed to be Timothy's. This finding raised new fears and new questions, as everyone was wondering what had really happened to Timothy. Was he in danger, or had he somehow been left in a safe place as Amy claimed? Investigators were caught between two possibilities. Either Amy had hidden him somewhere to protect him, or something much darker had occurred. Right after Amy's death, police launched an extensive search for Timothy. They retraced every step of her journey, hoping to uncover any clue that might lead them to him. Authorities examined maps, reviewed Amy's GPS records, and revisited every hotel and location she and Timothy had visited during those final days together. And they pored over surveillance footage, hoping to spot a moment, a clue, anything that could reveal where Amy had taken Timothy. As the search continued, investigators found more strange details. Amy's car showed signs that it had been through dirt roads and grassy areas. It was clear that she had probably been in remote locations, likely far away from any city or town. But where exactly? Search teams combed through forests, parks, and even isolated areas that matched the clues left by the dirt and plants found on her car. Yet despite these massive efforts, Timothy was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the story of Timothy's disappearance began to spread across the country. News stations picked up the story, broadcasting pictures of Timothy with his bright smile and innocent eyes. His face appeared everywhere, on television, in newspapers, and on missing person posters. The public was captivated by the mystery, and as more details emerged about Amy's final days, people began forming their own theories. Timothy's father, Jim Pitson, became the face of the family's heartbreak and hope. Appearing on news interviews, he spoke openly about the pain of losing Amy and the agony of not knowing where his son was, though he still believed, as Amy's note had said, that Timothy truly was safe somewhere.
She looked like a crazy bitch. Oh, sorry, bro. Oh yeah, it is. It's like a little mini AC.
The general reaction to the case was mixed. Some people sympathized with Jim and clung on to the idea that Timothy was still alive, somewhere out there. They rallied for his return, joining search parties, volunteering, and spreading Timothy's story online. Others, however, began to question Amy's actions and whether her words in the note could be trusted. They speculated that her final message was meant to mislead, and some even believed that Timothy might never be found because he was no longer alive. Then, in 2019, 8 years after Timothy's disappearance, the case took a very unexpected twist. A young man appeared claiming to be Timothy Pitson, saying he had finally escaped his captors after years of being held against his will. For a brief moment, hope flooded back. Jim and his family were overwhelmed with emotion, believing that Timothy might be finally returning home. But that hope was crushed just as quickly as it appeared, as DNA tests revealed that the young man was not Timothy. He was in fact someone else entirely, a random, troubled person looking for a way out of their own life. Despite the
Yikes. Jesus Christ.
disappointment, Timothy's case remains active. Law enforcement.
Dude, could you imagine? Like, that is a whole fucked up low. That is like a low. Like, damn, bro, what are you doing? That kid is missing probably. Dude.
Has refused to close it, and his family holds onto the hope that he's still out there. Timothy's disappearance has become one of America's most famous and confusing mysteries. Some still theorize that Amy may have had help, that maybe someone else was involved in Timothy's disappearance, which could help to explain the times that Amy was alone checking into the hotels. The idea is based partly on her note, where she mentioned Timothy being with people who would care for him, though to this day there's no evidence supporting this theory, but the idea that
Oops. No, she probably sold him. And then the guilt killed herself. Oh, that's my best guess.
that Timothy might still be out there, hidden with someone who knows the truth, keeps the mystery alive.
You can't give up hope. As soon as you give up hope, then what should I do? What, declare him dead? He's probably in the middle of nowhere, being homeschooled someplace, just away from the media and TVs and new technology.
It was still dark in Midlothian, Texas on the morning of the 18th of April 2016. For 45-year-old Terry Missy Bevers, a fitness instructor and mother of 3, this was a normal time to be up and ready. She was dedicated to her fitness classes, regularly teaching early morning sessions. She had a class scheduled at Creekside Church of Christ that day, and she was known for showing up early to set everything up. Around 4:20 a.m., Missy entered the church, her headlights briefly illuminating the parking lot before going dark. With her workout equipment and supplies in hand, she made her way inside, likely unaware of the danger that awaited her. What she didn't know was that someone had already broken in. Hours before Missy arrived, Creekside Church had been empty, but by 3:50 a.m., a figure had appeared inside, roaming the halls in a way that would later raise unsettling questions. Security cameras captured the footage of this person, someone whose actions seemed more bizarre than purposeful. The intruder was dressed head to toe in SWAT-style tactical gear, including
one sec. I need to move my ship. I need to find a new asteroid. Here's one.
a helmet, vest, and gloves, all of which concealed their identity. Obviously, this wasn't ordinary clothing, especially for someone committing a crime, and it was something that law enforcement would later struggle to explain, as they couldn't figure out if it was merely just a disguise or some sort of message. As the figure moved through the church, their actions were equally strange. Instead of heading directly to an office, a safe, or any obvious target, the person walked around, opening doors, checking rooms, and tapping on walls. Their pace was calm, almost wondering, as if they had all the time in the world, as it didn't seem like they were searching for anything specific. Instead, it felt as though they were just waiting. The security footage further showed this person pausing here and there, standing silently before moving again. It was this slow, almost detached movement that would later haunt viewers. And one of the stranger aspects caught on the camera was the fact that the figure seemed to even stagger slightly, as they walked very clumsily, as it looked as if they could be unfamiliar with the layout of the church, or they're in some kind of daze. At around 4:20 a.m., just as Missy entered the church, the camera footage ended. To this day, it's unclear exactly how much time passed between Missy walking into the church and her encounter with the intruder, but what is known is that Missy was soon to be found dead, her body discovered by her students who arrived for class a short time later. The scene that they would walk into was shocking. Missy had suffered multiple injuries that was believed to have been inflicted by a hammer that was left near her body. After her death, the investigators turned
That
to
guy had a hammer.
Creekside Church's security cameras, hoping they held the clues that could identify Missy's killer. What detectives found is that the footage raised far more questions than it answered. Like, as the figure moved throughout the church, they would also periodically break certain objects and shatter glass, leading the police to believe that the person was trying to stage some sort of robbery gone wrong. Though that theory would make little sense when you consider that the robber neglected to take Missy's purse or iPad. Also, why had they chosen a church of all places? And what was the motive? If this was a robbery, it was certainly an unusual one. After the discovery of Missy's body at Creekside Church,
Well, that's why you need to carry a fucking gun, bro. So sad. She would have been carrying... She could have been alive today, man.
Lothian police faced a daunting task. Because there was just so little to go off, the detectives involved started watching the footage over and over again to find the tiniest of details, which then made them notice the killer's strange gait or walking style, as they seemed to move with a slight clumsiness, as if they were wearing shoes too big or simply had a very distinct walk. Internet detectives then started comparing the walk to those around Missy, and if you line up the videos of the SWAT-geared intruder with those of of her father, they do look eerily similar. That this evidence, if you can even call it that, is extremely weak and is a symptom of the case being so mysterious and confusing. The police themselves initially thought that the intruder could be female, as the wart looked as if the person was wearing clothes too big or too heavy, though again, this theory led nowhere. As detectives continued analyzing the footage, they turned to Missy's family, friends, and acquaintances, hoping to uncover any motive or clue that could point them towards a suspect. They asked about Missy's relationships, any recent conflicts, and her schedule, searching for anything that might explain why someone would target her. Missy's husband, Brandon, her 3 children, and her close friends all cooperated fully, sharing information about Missy's life and any challenges she might have been facing. According to her loved ones, Missy was well liked, devoted to her family, and passionate about her work as a fitness instructor. However, some friends mentioned that Missy had recently expressed concerns about strange social media messages she had received. These messages on LinkedIn reportedly came from an unknown male and were described as creepy and strange. The police would track down this person of interest, though it would ultimately turn out to be a dead end. Detectives documented everything they had learned, yet no single piece of information pointed directly towards a clear suspect. To this day, Terry Missy Bevers' case has gone completely unsolved. Alyssa Turney was a typical 17-year-old high school junior living in Phoenix, Arizona, with her father, Michael Turney, and half-sister Sarah. Like most teenagers, she had a part-time job, friends, and dreams for the future. But on the 17th of May 2001, everything changed. That was the day Alyssa vanished without a trace, and the mystery of her disappearance would leave her family and community searching for answers for years to come. It was the last day of school, and Alyssa was looking forward to summer break. She and her friends had made plans to celebrate, and it seemed like a typical start to what should have been a carefree summer. But what happened that afternoon has been clouded by strange details, some coming from her father Michael himself, who was the last person to ever see her. According to Michael, he picked up Alyssa from Paradise Valley High School around lunchtime. He claimed that they went out for a bite to eat at a local restaurant, and then, once they returned home, they had a heated argument. Michael would later tell the police that Alyssa stormed off, shouting that she was leaving and heading to California to live with her biological aunt. To back this story, Michael claimed he found a note from Alyssa in her room, saying basically exactly what she was saying in the argument, that she was running away. The note, written in Alyssa's handwriting, didn't sit right with Alyssa's friends and family. For one, none of her belongings, like her phone or purse, were missing. If Alyssa truly intended to run away, why would she leave behind everything she'd need? And why didn't she tell any of her close friends about her plans? Initially, authorities treated Alyssa as a runaway, believing that she might have truly gone to California or was still somewhere nearby in the Phoenix area. However, doubts started to arise when the $1,800 in her bank account was left completely untouched, and she failed to contact any of her friends and family. As police started to investigate further, they discovered something odd. Michael had been tracking Alyssa's movements in ways that went beyond what many see as protective. In fact, he seemed to have an unusual level of control over her life. At her job, Alyssa's co-workers noticed Michael would occasionally appear unannounced, sometimes with a video camera. In one instance, he secretly recorded his daughter's interactions with customers.
I'm motherfucking guilty.
Co-workers and friends, claiming it was to ensure her safety, but there was no clear reason why he would have to monitor her like this. These recordings weren't limited to her workplace either. Michael had even installed surveillance devices around their home, and one of the most disturbing details was the discovery of hidden recording devices in the family's living room. It's unknown how often Michael reviewed these recordings, but it was clear he had an intense need to keep tabs on Alyssa's actions and conversations. This kind of behavior extended into nearly every aspect of Alyssa's life. Michael kept strict control over her social life, reportedly screening her phone calls and limiting her time with friends. Alyssa's friends recalled that Michael seemed overly protective and suspicious, making her feel uncomfortable and trapped. They reported that Alyssa felt she couldn't do anything without her father knowing, and over time, she grew increasingly resentful of his intense surveillance. For any teenager, this level of control would have felt suffocating. Though it gets much much more worrying. When the police were taking statements from those who knew Alyssa to try and find any leads revolving her disappearance, one of her close friends, her boyfriend, and her stepbrother all independently shared stories that they had heard from Alyssa, all involving Michael attempting to illegally and inappropriately touch his daughter. In one instance, Alyssa's stepbrother said that during a car ride, Michael scooted closer to Alyssa and then tried to touch her in ways that would certainly get him arrested if anyone had reported it. Speaking of which, Michael himself once called Child Protective Services to warn them that if Alyssa was to ever call them to accuse him of touching her strangely, that she's a liar, a very normal thing for a loving father to do. Then somehow the strangeness continues. Michael was fixated on a very particular incident involving Alyssa. He frequently brought up the claim that years prior, Alyssa had been assaulted by a teacher. Michael often told people he believed this incident deeply affected her, yet there was no concrete evidence of it ever happening. Interestingly, Michael's account of the incident would often shift, making it hard for investigators to verify. Alyssa's close friends noted that she had never mentioned this supposed assault, and many doubted it ever happened. Michael, however, used this story as a justification for his extreme protectiveness, insisting that he was simply trying to shield Alyssa from further harm. Then there was the matter of Alyssa's aunt. When the police followed up, they learned that Alyssa's aunt in California hadn't heard from her and wasn't expecting her to come. This detail obviously threw more doubt on Michael's story. If Alyssa had indeed intended to run away, why hadn't she contacted the aunt that she was supposedly going to stay with? To the police, Alyssa's disappearance started looking less like a runaway case and more like a mystery. But without clear evidence of any sort of crime taking place, the case stalled. One of the most unsettling details about Alyssa's case is that her disappearance was marked by a quiet inaction from Michael himself. Normally, parents of missing children are frantic, calling every friend and visiting every place they can think of to find their child. But Michael didn't seem to do any of that. Instead, he waited 5 days after Alyssa vanished to report her missing. For many, this delayed response obviously raised suspicion. When asked why he waited, Michael claimed that he thought Alyssa would return home once she had cooled off, insisting that she was just a rebellious teen who had run away in the heat of the moment. After years of frustration, doubt, and silence, one voice would rise above the uncertainty surrounding Alyssa Turney's disappearance: her younger sister, Sarah. Driven by a desire to know what really happened, Sarah Turney became the leading force behind Alyssa's case, refusing to let her sister's story fade. For years, she struggled to understand what had happened and to reconcile the loss of her sister with the vague and suspicious stories told by her stepdad, Michael. As Sarah grew older, her curiosity deepened. She began questioning the details surrounding Alyssa's disappearance and eventually recognized the inconsistencies in the story that Michael had shared with her over the years. While police had long classified Alyssa's case as a runaway situation, Sarah began to suspect that it was something far more sinister. At first, Sarah tried addressing her concerns within her family. She asked Michael directly about what had happened and pushed for answers.
This is so fucking obvious, bro. Like, what the fuck are these people doing? How does this guy not locked up?
Michael insisted that Alyssa had simply left, that she had run away and wanted nothing to do with them anymore. Yet Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to the story, and that her stepdad might be hiding something crucial. Sarah also reached out to law enforcement, hoping they could reopen the case, but with no new evidence, and Alyssa's status officially labeled as a runaway, the police weren't able to provide much assistance. Despite these roadblocks, Sarah continued her quest, refusing to accept that her sister's case would remain unsolved. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Sarah took matters into her own hands and turned to social media. She started sharing Alyssa's story online, using every platform available to spread awareness and gain support. Over time, her posts began to capture attention and Sarah's online presence grew, but it wasn't until she joined TikTok that her fight for justice truly gained momentum. On TikTok, Sarah adopted a very direct and honest approach. She very openly talked about her suspicions of Michael, as well as her struggle to keep the case alive. Sarah wasn't afraid.
Yo, Ruben, how's it going, man? You still there? How bad if I missed you, man? I have like 3 different chats up and they're all in different windows and it's not a great system. but we're at least multi-streaming. Darn, I hope I didn't miss you, bro. I need to go get some milk. He needs some milk. I do though. I'm gonna go run and get some milk. I'll go in a little bit. Yeah, I'll go after this asteroid. I'll try to... Well... Maybe I'll just get it over with. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so give me a sec. I'm gonna go get some milk. We will finish this all up when I get back. Where were we? We were like... Okay, be right back, y'all.
Light bless you. Light bless you. Light bless you. Light bless you. Light bless you.
been having these weird thoughts lately. Like, is any of this for real or not? Like, is any of this for real or not?
Yo, I'm back. I'm sorry, I had to go get some milk so I could drink my protein mix. I need it. I just had some fucking leftard tell me to take BMO out of my profile picture. Oh, man. These people are sick. Let me be crystal clear. I do not support this shit. I need to chill the fuck out. You know what's crazy is like, I actually never even liked Trump, but this term I'm starting to. I'm warming up to him. It's nothing but good stuff. What's happening? I mean, I will say this. As far as immigration goes, I don't think they should go back and get, like, I think some people have earned their place here, maybe. But, you know, I live in the city, and I see firsthand what the illegals coming into our country has done. I see it firsthand. I see the results of it firsthand. I mean, going anywhere. Like, it's gotten a lot better, but I mean, like, right when 2020 rolled around, right when Biden got into office, I started noticing all these, like, real sketchy types, like, rolling around. And I'm not being racist, I'm not being a Nazi, which, that shit needs to stop, y'all. There's no fucking Nazis, y'all. The people, like, who keep going on with that, like, y'all are gonna end up in a mental institution eventually. There's no fucking Nazis, bro. It's insane, man. Or, like, okay, sure, there's neo-Nazis, there's KKK, there's all sorts of groups. That doesn't mean that, like, there's people acting like the majority of Americans are, you know, the majority vote, by the way, is fascist, and, you know, that shit's just insane, bro. You gotta take a fucking chill pill. Please take a step back. You know, there's none of that. Like, dude, and that does not equate us getting illegal immigrants out of the country. That does not equate to Nazi Germany. Like, you're going way overboard, okay? And another problem is a lot of these people, they, like, are like extreme leftists. They want to, like, radicalize. They want to, like, do communism or socialism, or, you know, the whole fucking, you know, they're like, it's like people are so polarized right now. I'll even say, you know, although it's not as bad at all, there is people on the right too who are, like, you know, extreme right. Although, like, I'm having trouble even thinking of someone. Okay, no, I thought of one guy who's kind of extreme right. But, you know, that's one person that I can think of. Well, there is a lot on X as well. But, you know what I'm saying? Dude, like, that's a subgroup of people, man. Like, all the rhetoric about, like, there's just too much hate going around, man. And it's mainly from the left. Like, I am an unbiased third party here, okay? I'm not I'm not on the right. I'm not on the left. I would say, if anything, I'm in the middle. I care most about the environment and the ecosystem, that we live in, and the planet. And I think there's a healthy... I'm kind of in the middle, yeah. I'd say that there's a healthy in-between for most of this stuff, and I think that's right where... in the middle is a lot of the times where the best solution is. I think, I kind of think, and I'm getting my tinfoil hat on for this, I think, well, I'm 90, it's more than think, really. I'm pretty sure that a lot of this is intentional. They are pitting, people against each other on purpose. They really want to make, people angry at each other. They've been trying to do this for a really long time, actually, like the CIA and all of these other types. My theory is, well, I won't get into that, but if you get anything out of what I'm saying, is it's that this whole Nazi takeover, fascism takeover, you guys gotta stop with that. It's not true. It's insane. It's insane. It's not happening. You're delusional. It's over, man. I have never seen such a freak out from an election before. It's so. How long has it been now? Since the election, it's just man. It wasn't bad Trump's first term. It wasn't nearly as bad. There's media, dude. Media has just been a kid poking the anthill. Media and a lot of other things, a lot of other factors. Anyways, end rant. Hope everybody's doing good. Hope everybody's doing wonderful. I do not understand what Trovo is like. What is happening here? It seems like it's a Russian. Seems like it's a Russian streaming site. Nice, he's playing. Dude's playing.
Zeran em galera.
Dude was playing Metal Slug.
house, and I see that I get added into a call with Hassan, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, Aiden Ross, and XQC. And I'm like, all right, I'll join this one. We know you got a lot of Hey! What is this? Hi, hello, hi guys.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Jimmy, Mr. Beast. Yeah, there's this charity thing called Team Water, where every dollar donated is a year of clean water for someone in need. Your friends here were saying you're a very generous soul.
Are you really gonna do this shit? I fucking did McDonald's drive through it. It's gonna happen to me. Just give me a number, Jimmy.
Alright, so James and Logan, they both just committed $100,000 and
100K? No way. Look, guys, here's the thing. I thought, actually, I don't know why this guy, like, how does it take this long to pay for McDonald's?
I see tweets all the time about how you're the most watched Twitch streamer. Like, watch time every month. You're like crushing it.
And you know how much I get paid for that? 17 cents. It's a big day for me. I'll donate. I'll donate, Jimmy. I'm not gonna donate $100,000. I'm gonna be honest. That's a lot of money.
You put people on the spot. You put me on the spot too, man. And I'll help grow.
Y'all trying to make me look like an asshole. That's what's going on. I don't know what's going on here.
And I get that video. If we do a stream, me, you, Aiden, and we put that day, we do a whole stream together, right? All of us combined, and we just donate that amount to that.
I will say this.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. Jimmy, send me the info. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man.
See ya. Bye, guys. You do it, God's work, Jimmy. All right, Logan. Thanks, Sweetie. Thanks, Asman.
All right, yep. I'll see you later. And I'm like, now they're trying to get me to donate a bunch of fucking money. 100K? That's a lot of money, man. I should have donated like $100, but yeah, guys.
That's funny. Fucking Asman. I swear. Terrible. Oh, we out now. We out now. More. Excuse me. Oh, okay. No, I know what I'm gonna do. In just a sec. Whoa, where the fuck? I'm lost. Shit. Not the right way. Oh wait. Oh yeah, no, I do have ammo. Yeah. Where are the asteroids? I require an asteroid. Oh, I'm gonna try this. So, 7, 7. Boom! Alright, we found an asteroid. Let's get back to it. To regularly scheduled programming. Y'all must turn off the TV. I am the TV now. There's no going back. Neo, once you take the red pill, there's no going back. I can't believe someone told me to take BMO out of my profile picture. It's so great. Wow, that's actually... Oh, it's probably about the same. I don't really like these F-types because they, well, we'll see. I think if I'm correct, they, like, only drop shrapnel. And I just wouldn't want to get, you know, a huge ATH of just strap. Honestly, that would be a bummer. I at least want to get a lot of tailings. Oh, the strap would be a bummer. Yeah, I see a lot of shrapnel. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of shrap. I mean, I am, but not. You know, you want to get the tailings. Must get the tailings. The tailings have good markup when you convert them into stuffs. Do you know what I mean? Doubt it. I don't think anyone from Entropia is here. But I talk because it's good for me. It's good for me. Yeah, so we need the F8s or higher. Maybe the 7 is just about at 100, but I'm gonna stick with the 8s because I am trying to keep my attempts at 100 ped per attempt. In general. At least 100 ped per attempt. I wonder how much those old Freds are each kill. It's gotta be like, I wonder, maybe 400 or 500 ped, huh? Maybe more, maybe 1,000. I need to ask, what's his name? The guy who's been farming them. I bet he'll tell me. Like, he probably already has the averaged amount that he's spent per kill. All on a spreadsheet and stuff. Where are these damn asteroids, man? I need me some asteroids. I need some of the S-type. I like the S-type and the C-type. And I still have yet to try an M-type. I mean, I guess it could. Go put my stuff on rock. Shit, man, this skill pill has kind of not gotten its full use. least we're getting to the S-types. I need to start. Damn it! I need to start making my waypoints. Making my waypoints in Cali space and rock space, so I can find my asteroids. You know what I'm saying? Alright, man. We found our asteroid. I need to get better making rock. I never have, and so I suck at it. Kinda. I mean, I just need to learn like the techniques behind recording guitar. I think I'm on the right track. I just need to like fix it up a lot. Like this is the last song I started working on guitar wise. And it is very like unorganized. I need to go in and basically like no need to tell me like, oh, this part's, you know, there's a mistake. I know there's like a ton of mistakes. I probably spent like 20 to 30 minutes on it, and so yeah, just heads up. Don't have insanely high expectations from this. I really like that that lead that comes in, but I need to like make it perfect. to go through and re-record a lot of those guitar parts. Really. Ugh. But anyways, yeah, that's that. Got another beat I'm working on for a friend, an old friend. That's my new song. My camera wasn't on. I was like, boom, boom, boom. You had to be there in the moment, man. Shame, 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 shame. Turn this off. Turn that. Be right back, 1 sec. Ooh. Let's watch something. Are we gonna hit the hay here soon? What the fuck?
Right here, on the border between France and Switzerland, is the biggest science experiment ever built. It is a huge tunnel, over 100 meters underground and 27 kilometers long, running under nearby homes and businesses and farms. And inside that tunnel, scientists put a long blue tube big enough to crawl through. And inside that tube, they put two pipes that they keep colder and emptier than outer space. And down those pipes, they fire particles smaller than atoms in opposite directions, pushing them faster and faster and faster until they're almost at the speed of light. They smash together, sending subatomic debris flying off into this massive detector. This underground particle smasher took thousands of people from over 100 different countries, $5 billion and over 30 years to plan and build. My question was, why? Because that fucking flies, right?
Well, they were trying to play simulation. CERN is an international body of scientists that have developed the largest hadron collider in history. It is a 17-mile, 300 feet underground tube that's designed to put particles in opposite directions going at 7 miles an hour under the speed of light and then collide them, which is extraordinarily difficult. It's like shooting a bow and arrow at 100 yards away from your opponent and hitting the tips just perfectly where they explode. That's what they're trying to do. And why are they trying to do this? Because they believe that they can get these particles to go at the speed of light and eventually come and collide with one another. Then they will discover what's called the antimatter or the dark matter.
What is this?
What is holding together matter to begin with? They know it's there, like you know gravity's there, but you can't really see it. They know it's there, but they have never been able to capture it. They call it the God particle. They want to discover what's holding this universe together, ladies and gentlemen. But they want to find the God particle, and in that process, there's a lot of danger that's been speculated around this particular instrument, because this entire instrument and this practice has the potential of creating miniature black holes. Now they say there's nothing wrong with that, it's not going to happen, and even if it is, they're microscopic and there's no problem, but they've never done it before. So how do you know that a microscopic wormhole will pull the entire United States, or the entire world, I should say, into it, and off we go. It does seem a bit rich.
One, zero. Nothing. Yes, sir.
This is it. 14 years and $10 billion in the making for a flash of light on a computer screen. But it's no ordinary blip. This is the first particle beam to circle the Large Hadron Collider, also known as the Big Bang Machine. First step in recreating the first moments after the Big Bang and unlocking the secrets of the universe.
There are tons of conspiracy theories floating around CERN and the Large Hadron Collider. Ranging from the Mandela effect, time travel, and all the way to big holes inside of reality. People will speculate on the true purpose of the machine, taking billions of dollars to find it from over 10,000 scientists.
This is, I can't get over it. This is such a funny format to have, like, a channel. I mean, it's cool. It's different. Hey, I mean, they're getting views. Shit. They've got members only, bro. Shit. What am I talking about? I've got jack shit for views.
Years of research and labor to construct, this machine can be considered the holy grail of the scientific community, and invaluable in the hands of every individual. Now, back to the video. Conspiracies run rampant around CERN and the LSD.
People speculate that the firing of the Large Hadron Collider in 2012 coincides with the Mayan calendar marking the end of the world. And scientists are sending plasma through these wormholes that are being
I've always felt like that Mandela shit started when they started with those fucking particle accelerators. I've always felt like that like all those weird fucking things, you know, oh, I remember this, blah blah blah. I don't know. Maybe not. Like 2012 though. I kind of always wonder that though, like Collider 2012, no Collider, no 2000. Like I've always kind of wondered if we ever shift realities, kind of like in Rick and Morty, or like, you know, you never know. Let's say like. Or a better example is maybe like if I have died, you know what I mean, and I didn't even know it, and I'm just like in another timeline, a different one, you know, stuff like that. Just normal thoughts, you know. Anyways.
created to change the weather in certain areas of the world, creating earthquakes and tsunamis to ravage communities they see fit, or that they are attempting to shift our world onto an alternate timeline, changing the course of reality itself. But, by far the most nefarious theory is that these scientists are trying to open a gateway to hell, attempting to allow passage of demons and other entities into our realm of being, the occultists merging with the scientific community to create a bizarre sci-fi nightmare.
They're scientists, Brett.
I think they're just scientists, mate.
So, why all this effort just to hit two particles into each other? Well, in quantum mechanics there is a state of superposition, meaning that the quantum system can be in multiple states at the same time until it is measured, i.e. Schrödinger's cat. You don't know whether the cat in the box is alive or dead, or in any other circumstances until you observe or measure the outcomes. This means that all outcomes exist in a quantum realm or another dimension until the observer affects the system. The Large Hadron Collider smashes the particles that prove the existence of these dimensions. By smashing the particles, the observers can create new particles called hadrons that can only exist in our universe for a split second but originate from the quantum realm. Finding just one of these particles would validate the existence of another dimension. The scientists at CERN have already found 59. The Large Hadron Collider can create micro black holes when these particles collide. The belief is that these black holes are so tiny in mass that they would instantaneously evaporate or leave only a very weakly interacting residue. However, this could result in negative repercussions for us now or down the line. Black holes by nature are unstable. Their gravitational pull is so strong that literally nothing can escape it. No particles, not even light.
I just have to add, yeah, no shit. Like we know what effect that's gonna have on us, you know, now or in the future. Fucking idiots, man. Like, who asked for this shit, man?
Creating micro versions of these may not be the best idea.
We're still unsure of the consequences of dealing with this unpredictable, volatile matter, or what could be created or transported to this dimension from these rips in the space-time continuum.
Like, legit, I could do without it. I don't think anyone, you know, other than those people want to fuck with the collider and all that bullshit. Honestly, with their weird-ass statues and shit. I wonder if they're gonna talk about that.
Just people that with false memories. With the foot of the moon logo did have a cornucopia in it.
Many claim that CERN's experiments are unlocking something darker than just subatomic particles. Well, let's start with the statue of Shiva. Shiva is the Hindu god of destruction. Some think it's a sign that CERN is tapping into ancient occult powers. There was a bizarre performance where over 600 people, including individuals dressed as goats, winged creatures, and what some claim are demonic figures, all engaged in a series of ritualistic scenes. Then there's a shocking video that went viral that showed what appeared to be a ritualistic human sacrifice. They point to CERN's logo, claiming it hides the number 666, the number of the beast. Now, regarding the Shiva statue, Shiva's dance, which represents the cosmic cycles of creation and destruction, and the CERN logo, it represents a simplified schematic of particle accelerators and beamlines.
Told you, right? They're no scientists, they're Satanists.
Yeah, the 666 in the logo is a bit weird.
CERN is the Large Hadron Collider. It's the largest machine in the world. It's out of Switzerland, and they speed up particles close to the speed of light. Basically, in essence, creating wormholes. In my opinion, that's what they're doing. They're creating wormholes. And that's how they discovered the God particle, the Higgs boson, right? I think as they were conducting these experiments, and there's their logo, 666, right? They're trying to figure out how the universe was created, right? Why do they have a statue of a pagan goddess on their facility, or a statue of Shiva? Shiva is used in the Hindu faith to destroy. Destruction for construction, meaning destroy the existing so that Brahman can come and rebuild. This machine has the ability to unravel the entire universe. Okay, that's the type of technology you're playing. They could literally destroy the universe, unravel it completely. I would simply state, if you look at the rituals that they've done, they have the ceremony they did in the tunnel, demonic shit, bro. Okay, dressing with goat horns and naked women. What does this have to do with science? World leaders were there.
That ceremony was for a train station, not for CERN.
Trust me, bro. They're connected.
In the stillness of night, deep within the grounds of CERN, the home of the Large Hadron Collider, a chilling scene unfolds. Cloaked figures gather beneath the towering statue of Shiva, the Hindu god of destruction and rebirth. Their movements are deliberate, ceremonial. One figure kneels, another lies motionless on the ground. Then, silence. The footage ends. No public explanation, no investigation. Just quiet denial and a video that was never meant to be seen. Why perform an ancient ritual at the very site where scientists are tearing through the veil of reality itself? What door were they trying to open? They say CERN is just about science, but rituals like this raise a darker question. What if they've already made contact with something on the other side?
We don't know what scientists are made by.
I'm pretty sure the ritual was a prank.
Okay, it looks like it's time to make another video about this. Let's talk rituals at CERN, and I'm not just talking about the coffee I need to drink before I start coding. So when people say this, they usually mean one of two things. So the first one is the fake sacrifice that was done by some students. They were pulling a prank, and it went further than they thought it would do. Govan?
I don't fucking trust like that, bro.
to them, bought some robes online, they went out in the middle of the night, they filmed this fake sacrifice video, put it up on YouTube,
I would need proof to believe that.
and just thought it'd be a bit funny for a few people, and it went viral. But it...
Because, like, I've seen that... Okay, well, it was, like, the whole parade thing that I saw.
Was a prank. There were no sacrifices happening at CERN. And the second one is the Gotthard train tunnel. Now this is a new tunnel that was dug through a mountain in Switzerland, and people see Switzerland tunnel and think CERN. It was an actual ceremony, I'll put a picture of it here, but it was, for this train tunnel, it has nothing to do with CERN. It was a bit weird, but it wasn't us. Now you know.
So, it was just a prank.
Right, she works there. She's one of them.
Here we are at the Lord Shiva statue at CERN. This Shiva statue was actually a gift when India became an associate state member in 2017, and it signified the Department of Atomic Energy in the government of India. But many of you know that this was a gift from India, but why the statue of Lord Shiva? So, Carl Sagan was the first person to drew a metaphor between the gods.
What?
Sagan was the first
Carl Sagan.
person to drew a metaphor between...
No. I got Carl Sagan.
Carl Sagan was the first person to drew a metaphor between the dance of particles of the cosmic universe with the drawing of that charge. So Shiva is also known as cosmic dance, and that's why with this metaphor, it's about the gift to the scientific laboratory of particle physics.
Seems like a logical explanation.
Now, what if she's a clone? Live already out in the cold.
There is something more supernatural on the drawing board at CERN than what is being admitted. Even Adam Barker of Tech Bubble wrote at CERN a while back that with the LHC, CERN are expecting to find other dimensions and open portals to these dimensions. If you have the image of Stargate in your head right now, you're spot on. That's what he said. One of CERN's goals is to recreate Jacob's Ladder, according to Barker, and reopen a portal. Now, Sergio Bertolucci, who is the official director for research and scientific computing at CERN, he was asked a while back about this extra-dimensional doorway by the Register, which is a London and New York operated science and technology journal. And he didn't hesitate with an enlightening response. He said, yes, out of this door might come something, or we might send something through it. If their agenda is unrelated to Bible prophecy entirely, then what is it with all this mystical symbolism that they knowingly are associating themselves with?
Well, I think they're like in the pool, but...
Trust me, Brian. Let's open to things.
In the scientific world, it's this major scientific experiment colliding molecules and atoms, and it's a collider, and it's helping us understand our origins. They believe just prior to the Big Bang. But for people like me and you and some others, and people who have talked to people who have been there, worked there, I'm not doubting that these scientific experiments are going on. But I have to go back to not really what is CERN, as much as why is CERN where it's at? And then you understand. These people that are talking about ripping the veil, tapping into portals, opening up dimensions and so forth. Half of it's in Switzerland, half it's in France, but Switzerland is the main reason it's there, because in Switzerland you have Geneva, Switzerland. Geneva, Switzerland is, in my opinion, one of the most
demonic portal places in the world.
Why's Geneva demonic?
Come on, bro. Why do you think the WEF's there?
There's a significant section of CERN that is built upon the St. Genus Powili, which is a commune in Ain, a department of France. In Roman times, the St. Genus Powili was called Apolliacum, but the town and a temple were dedicated there in ancient times to Apollyon, the destroyer, the Shiva Horus, if you will. Apollyon is also the angel of the bottomless pit, referred to in Revelation 9:11. And then there is a connection between CERN and the Gothard Base Tunnel, the GBT, which is the world's deepest and longest tunnel system, consisting of 2 parallel passages, each moving in a single direction on a single track. The connection to the Large Hadron Collider has to be made primarily because of the bizarre opening ceremony that was live streamed to the entire world on June 1, 2016, that included this highly occult, demonic dance with characterization, beginning with a call to unite the religions of the world by conducting an interfaith blessing of the tunnel beside a statue of St. Barbara, the patron saint of miners. The tunnel ceremony was all about sex rights and rebirth, leading to a new world order that's a complete reversal of the Judeo-Christian design. This included the triple goddess and the horned god, along with human sacrifice and a return to pagan worship.
They all just reference this one ceremony.
One was enough, bro. They bury it on an ancient temple.
Okay, folks, I've been to CERN. CERN is very, very weird. I was actually there a couple of years ago when Russ Dizdar was still alive, well before COVID. So we're there at CERN, and we're being taken by a docent who's like basically just parroting what he's been told to say. So we're in this place where the statue of Shiva is the Indian god of death, basically the destroyer. And I look at the docent and I go, what's this doing here? He has no answer for it at all. Basically, here's the bottom line, and this is something that we need to really delve into here. CERN is built on the site of the ancient temple of Apollyon. Tom Horn, who passed away last year, very untimely, wrote about this. So CERN is at this ancient temple. They're going to open up and start using CERN and testing it the day of the eclipse. I mean, what are we looking at here? Is that deliberate? In my opinion, it's absolutely deliberate. Something is going on. Here's what I think is going on. They, the powers that be, are opening up CERN in coordination with the eclipse to open up a gateway, a portal. And that's what I think these sites really are all about.
Well, nothing happened on the eclipse.
It did, bro. They put us on another timeline.
Actually, CERN is dealing with radionuclear research.
Right.
It's nuclear research. But it is more than that, because there are lots of physicians, I know some, they're doing very strange experimentation. There are beings from portals coming in and out. It's physicists from the CERN who told me this.
They've testified to beings coming in and out of portals.
Yes, they have apparently in the bottom of the CERN this portal, this door where they are dealing with all the subatomic dimensions. They say there are 17 different dimensions of reality. That's what those physicists say. Some others say there are more dimensions. You know, they had a being, they did not tell me more, who came that doesn't resemble a human. And then they had another one, and they have because they left a scarf. They left a scarf. And now, when you look at what is going on in the CERN, there is a fight from some of the military agencies, Intel. They say that there is a fight on time. They're trying to change time.
Why would they want to change time?
They want to change history, bro.
If you have been feeling like time has been moving very fast lately, you are not crazy. According to a recent report, Earth is now spinning faster than it used to, and clocks may even have to skip a second to keep up. Due to this strange event, for the first time ever, timekeepers and organizations are considering subtracting a second from all of their devices, which they're calling a negative leap second, just to make sure all these devices are in line with sun up and sun down, and they're planning on doing this around the year of 2029. Now, I've heard a few people talk about how they believe this may have something to do with CERN, and that's because every time they use their particle accelerator, people start reporting having strange dreams, disassociating with time, and having Mandela effects. Even during CERN's opening ceremony, you can see that they show a clock moving back and forth rapidly, which could be symbolic for whatever's making people feel strange about time currently. But this does remind me of a scripture in the Bible, specifically in Matthew, that talks about how the days will be shortened before the return of Christ for the sake of the elect. So maybe time moving faster is the beginning of our shortening of days. Now, obviously, I don't know for sure, neither about God's timing and plans for our immediate future or about whatever CERN is doing. But I do know that the spiritual war between good and evil is getting more intense daily.
He's right, bro.
Things have been on top lately.
This collider and these beings that they're in communication.
Dude, that clock. I had never seen that. That's pretty sus.
With. So we're talking about the premier scientists on planet Earth right now who are actively engaged, according to their own words, communicating with something with a personality, in their own words, from another dimension. And that's the purpose of the collider. I mean, people need to understand, this is not science fiction, this is fact.
That's correct. What I write about in my novels,
right,
I place a storyline that is embedded with science fact. Everything that I present publicly in the books, public speaking, is all drawn from their own scientific journals and white papers. And then I'm able to see what they're doing. Not just extrapolate, but see in the real time what it is they're doing. Not a future agenda, but what they're doing right now today. The imminency of what they intend to do, which is opening this gateway.
Told you, bro. They're talking to demons.
It could be someone outside the simulation.
We know antimatter.
I'd also hope and fucking pray that it's not only demons that are out there, you know. I mean, it could also be like just another life form, right? I would honestly really hope so. I'd really hope that it's not just demons and shit.
Matter is real. We can actually.
What is antimatter?
I'm not a physicist, but antimatter is like the opposite of matter. And matter and
nothing.
It's not nothing. I'm not qualified to answer the question, what is antimatter? I know it exists, and I know that we can create antimatter at CERN. We have created antimatter at CERN, but you know, it only exists for fractions of a second. I'm entirely persuaded that that there's an extraterrestrial component to this, and I'll tell you why. You're probably familiar with the testimony of Bob Lazar.
Yeah.
You know, Bob Lazar allegedly worked at the Nevada facility, the S4 facility by Groom Lake, and was involved in the reverse engineering program. He worked on a particular saucer that he denominates the sports model because it was sleek and it was functional, and his job in the program specifically was to work on the reactor. And according to Lazar, the reactor was a matter-antimatter reactor, and in order to function, it required a piece of exotic matter that was machined into a triangle, and that exotic matter is called, well, was called by Lazar element 115.
You said Lazar was a clone.
He is, bro. He's right about element 115.
Antimatter, that collision between matter and antimatter, that annihilation, that could be turned into a weapon. You can weaponize that. You can stabilize it, and that you can build antimatter bombs. Well, I mentioned that CERN, the largest man-made machine on planet Earth, is a Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, in the CERN. And the Chinese are building one 10 times the size of that.
No, I didn't know that.
At least they were. They definitely were. I would assume that the project is still underway. And again, the CERN is the largest man-made machine on Earth. Chinese are building one 10 times larger.
Bro. Are you fucking kidding me? No way that goes through, bro. I bet they're just trying to flex. Bluffing. Oh god, man. Like, why, bro? I just don't get people anymore, man. I'm just like... Every day I feel myself like growing away from everyone. I don't understand why people want the things that they do. You know, like, why are we building AI super intelligence and like making it sentient? Why the fuck are we doing that? Why the fuck are we doing this particle collider shit? Why the fuck are we about to, you know, why are we still talking about nuclear weapons? It's insane to me, you know, like, these are... dude. You know, it's like, we have one job to avoid these things that we know can kill us all. And it's easily avoided, really. It's just that we have to avoid it. So frustrating to me, man. It really is. I'm sick of, like... I'm sick of it. Man.
Larger, the objective of CERN ostensibly is they want to find out what happened at the Big Bang, right? I went to CERN and talked to the physicists there, the particle physicists, and they want to know what happened at the Big Bang. They want to know how the universe came to be and all of that. The idea is to look back in time, but I don't think that's why the Chinese are building
Probably not.
An atom smasher that's 10 times the size of CERN. I think what they're after is antimatter weapons.
With fun, right?
We're not making a weapon. We just want to understand the universe.
You're saying that all the particles in the universe need to be held together by something, and this is the glue, if you will, that's holding everything together.
In a way, it's that you get mass. So these particles are solid because they're interacting with this stuff, except the light.
That dude, if that's the right dude that I'm thinking about, this dude was like, get your fucking COVID shots and get all your boosters, and if you don't, you're... No, he said some shit that was like, man, that guy always talks shit about something, and I'm like, dude, maybe it's aliens, like he doesn't believe in aliens or something.
We've travelled at the speed of light because it doesn't interact with us.
I'm fascinated by people that think on this level. For someone to conceptualize this and then set out to prove that it exists and then prove that it exists.
This is the beautiful thing. This is a prediction from the 1960s, a mathematical prediction. Then, about 10 years ago, we decided to build the biggest scientific experiment ever built, 16 miles in circumference underneath Geneva. We accelerate protons to 99.999999% the speed of light, at which speed they circumnavigate this ring 11,000 times.
You get them spinning around this ring really fast.
One the other way. We collide together 600 million of these every second. In every collision, we create the conditions that were present less than a billionth of a second after the Big Bang. We take photographs of those 600 million collisions per second, and we find out this guy from 1965 was right.
This guy's definitely a planet, right?
Yeah, it's a bit wet, but he clearly knows what he's talking about.
From the logo that shows us the 666 to weird doomsday dances about ritual sacrifices to having a statue of Shiva, the destroyer of the world, out front of their building. Always a suspect little outfit. Well, now they just got a little more sus because they pulled off the most great work that one could do, the alchemical turning of lead into gold. All right, because on May 7th they published a paper in the Physical Review Journal reporting that they did some experiments that successfully transmuted lead into gold in the Large Hadron Collider. And it gets deeper than that. I'm going to read you the sort of like nerd talk, but we're going to go deeper into this a little bit. Their website, on the CERN website, it says, transforming the base metal lead into the precious metal gold was a dream of medieval alchemists. This long-standing quest, known as Chrysopoeia, which I'm probably mispronouncing, which I had to look at the word up. And I have a book called Real Alchemy, and it says that the Greeks called alchemy chemia. And there's actually a combination of the two words chrysopoeia, which is what they say in the CERN article, mixed with agiropoeia, which means gold and silver baking. And you're probably asking like me, you're like, how? How did CERN turn lead into gold? Well, I'm gonna tell you how, and it's not gonna make sense to you because it doesn't make sense to me, or maybe you're way more intelligent than I am, which is probably true. The electromagnetic field emanating from the lead nucleus is particularly strong because the nucleus contains 82 protons, each carrying an elementary charge. To create gold, a nucleus containing 79 protons, 3 protons must be removed from the lead nucleus, and they do this in the Large Hadron Collider beams.
Turning lead into gold is insane.
It's got magic, right?
That thing has officially turned lead into gold, which means we're back in.
How the fuck do they do that exactly, though? Yeah, like, that didn't explain shit. Didn't explain anything. That doesn't explain how particles going at the speed of light replaced atoms. Like, what? How did we get to replacing atoms? How does something go in almost basically the speed of light? How that makes I just that doesn't do my brain. My brain no do.
Medieval times. Pretty insane that they called that, but we can tell you see how far back this idea goes. It's a temple in India. It's called Dilwara Temple. Until you see back in medieval times. Has officially turned lead into gold, which means we're back in medieval times. Pretty insane that they call that, but we can tell you see how far back this idea goes. It's a temple in India called Dilwara Temple. On the ceiling is one of the most wild carvings you will ever see in any temple. And there's not just one, there's a bunch of these things. They're the most intricate things you will ever see, and all of them are different. This one is absolutely massive. It's made of marble, it's 3D, and it's as detailed as a Gothic cathedral. This is the particle collider. On the side, if you look straight through it, the outer circle.
I don't know, it could just be like a reverse sandcastle, bro. You know? Like they just poured it in a mold.
Inner circle. Look what happens when we use that inner circle with the Dilwara temple ceiling. As an engineer myself,
wow, maybe not. No, those little people are put on there.
I think that's a good coincidence. So I was trying to find what inspired them to carve something like that. If you dig deep enough, you'll discover that the quantum pioneers almost all studied the Hindu tradition. Schrödinger, heavily into Eastern mysticism. or was deeply interested in Buddhist concepts that originated from Hindu philosophy. Heisenberg had frequent discussions with Rabindranath Tagore. He was the Da Vinci of Eastern philosophy. The most famous quote from Oppenheimer is from the Bhagavad Gita. Why? Well, the concepts are almost exactly the same. Collapsing the wave function, that's Purusha. This means consciousness builds the material world. The observer effect, where observing affects the outcome of an experiment, is the eternal witness in Vedic texts. Just Google Sakshi. Non-locality or entanglement is the same as non-duality, the same thing that Schrödinger was studying. How? Superposition, particles existing in multiple states until measured, that is exactly the Atman. Okay, quantum field. It says even empty space isn't empty. Same exact thing as the Akash, it's the field that holds everything together. This one's my favorite, the multiverse.
Too many terms.
Theory. Infinite parallel realities. That is exactly how the lokas are defined in Vedic cosmology. Now, alchemy is an Arabic word. Alhem means of Egypt. Both of these cultures use a consciousness-first science. The reason why so many brilliant minds are into this stuff is because what they carved on the walls looks like what we're inventing today. Now we're in the age of decoding what's been right in front of us. Or is that awakening?
There's a lot we don't know about alchemy, Brad. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Oh, time to go play the giveaway.
Leave a comment for a chance to win in the next episode. Let's do this, Brad.
Bye bye. Bring something from my website and we'll send it straight out. A big thanks to all our channel members.
Join the Discord, Brad. It's free.
And as always, thanks for watching. Remember to like, comment and subscribe.
That's a cool channel. Go check him out. Terror Ted's Tales.
There's a place on Earth that you're not allowed to go to, a continent that is larger than the United States and Mexico combined, where stepping foot there without permission can land you in prison, can get you a good ass whooping. It's not a military base, it's not a government facility, it's an entire continent. It's Antarctica. And most people think it's just ice and penguins, empty, worthless, white. But if that's true, why is...
200. A little 200. White. That was funny. I'm gonna rewind it. Oh, yeah, okay. There she is. Oh, bro. No. I gotta tag her. And then take a screenshot with the 1337 for the ammo. Boom. This is the one, boys. This is Moby Dick. Yeah. Oh. There she blows, matey. Man the cannons. Where's that screenshot? Somewhere on my computer. Motherfucker. Oh no. Did I really miss? No. I had one shot. Fuck. Dude. Where are you? Fucking mosquito. Motherfuckers. Mosquito, bro. It's gonna fucking bite me. Damn it. Unless I got it. I don't think I did though. I'm all paranoid. Damn it.
It costs tens of thousands of dollars and months of permits to just visit there. Why is it the only place on Earth that is governed by an international treaty signed by 58 nations, me not being one of them? Why are vast sections of it blurred out on Google Earth? Why is that? Something is not adding up. I stink. I mean, I smell something that stinks. For over a century, explorers could visit Antarctica freely. Scientists mapped its coastlines, governments claimed territories, and even tourists just took expeditions there to explore. Then suddenly, in 1959, everything changed. The Antarctic Treaty locked down the entire continent under the most restrictive international agreement in human history. They say it's to keep you safe, because you'll die if you go there. But locking down the entire continent? That doesn't really make a lot of sense, man. That's overkill. That's bullshit. Alright, homie? Harry the Rat says that's bullshit. Whatever's down there, whether it be treasure, technology, or some kind of truth that we're not ready for, someone decided that the rest of us don't get to know. We don't get to know, I don't get to know. I get to speculate, and I get to talk about it, and have a lot of fun talking about it, but, you know, you just watch this video. Anyways, buckle up. We're prying open the coldest rock box on Earth. Antarctica. First, let's start with mind-bending facts, okay? We're going to be talking about speculative conspiracies in the next chapter. This one is facts that seem like speculative conspiracies. In 1929, workers cleaning out an old Turkish palace made a bizarre discovery. Hidden in the archives was a map drawn in 1513 by Admiral Piri Reis. You've probably heard these very things. It's not an obscure conspiracy document that's dated somewhere when it's not supposed to be dated and all that. It's real. It's in a museum, and it shows something impossible, okay? It shows the coast of Antarctica 300 years before anyone supposedly discovered it. How in the is that possible? The map doesn't just show that a southern continent exists, it shows the actual coastline of Antarctica accurate to within miles. Well, what's the big deal about that? The coastline has been buried under ice for millions of years. No one in 1513 should have known what it looked like, or how to find out what it looked like. Piri Reis noted on the map itself that he compiled it from ancient sources, some dating back to the 4th century BC, which is a long, long time ago. So that's really confusing. And in 1960, the U.S. Air Force analyzed the map and confirmed that its geographical details match seismic surveys of the actual bedrock beneath Antarctica's ice sheet. How did they know that? I don't know. I'm asking you. Do you know? Are you a science person? Get them into it. So think about what that means for all of us. Someone thousands of years ago mapped Antarctica when it was covered in ice. Someone with technology to survey an entire continent from above. It seems like, at least. unless they had
Could have sworn I was subbed.
balls from Waterworld and they got real deep down in the in the ocean. And he was like, or whatever. And then there was that squid. Fortunately, it gets even more strange.
I must have forgot.
The Ronteus Phineas map from 1531, not 1513, the Peri Reis map. This is a completely different one. It shows even more detail of the southern land recently discovered. Rivers, mountain ranges, coastlines, a swastika. Why did they put a swastika? We'll find out later in chapter 2. With some of these geographical markers matching the hidden topography
I know about
beneath
that.
miles of ice that modern scientists only discovered with ground-penetrating radar in the 90s. How? Now, critics, there are critics of everything, they say it's a coincidence. It's a coincidental resemblance to a mythical continent that does not exist. Or Orintheus, if that is his real name, was just a goofy goober. Which that's possible. That kind of makes sense. People were really good at making shit up. But they do seem to be more like precise geographical surveys of landscapes that have been hidden than they do just made up nonsense like the Voynich manuscript or something like that. Anyways, how about Lake Vostok? There's more. 2.5 miles beneath the ice of Antarctica lies a lake the size of Ontario, which is a province in Canada. This lake has been cut off from the surface world for over 15 million years. I'm going to start referring to us as surface dwellers in the surface world. Lake Vostok, not speculative at all, it's real. Russian scientists spent 20 years drilling a hole to reach it. They finally broke through in 2012, and what they found was very enlightening from a science perspective and how we understand life on Earth. The lake itself is pristine, untouched. It's a perfect time capsule from an age when Antarctica was green and warm, and that's not a conspiracy. It was at one point green and warm, like the Holy Relic. Yeah! The water samples that they collected from Lake Vostok contained bacteria that evolved in complete isolation and developed survival mechanisms unlike anything else on Earth, because there aren't many organisms that develop in complete isolation. And these organisms live in total darkness, under crushing pressure, with no oxygen, and somehow they thrive for millions of years. How in the is that even? Scientists discovered at least 17 different species of microbes in the waters of Lake Vostok. Some represent entirely new branches of the Tree of Life. They feed on chemicals instead of sunlight. They transform metals in ways we're still trying to understand and make.
Oh wow, I bet there's some great discoveries to come out of there that we'll be able to use.
Can survive in conditions that would instantly kill any surface life from us weak surface dwellers. Now, this beyond the secrets of Antarctica has pretty staggering implications. For example, if life can exist in Lake Vostok's impossible environment, life can probably exist in other impossible environments like on other planets. Bing! Ring ding ding! Lake Vostok is just one of over 140 subglacial lakes that have been discovered beneath Antarctica. We have no idea what is in the others, and we can't access most of them. You can't get a drill bit that long. Believe me, I've asked. There could be entire ecosystems down there that have evolved separately from everything we know on Earth in the surface world. Surface dwellers. Now, how about the Blood Falls? These are real photos. What the f*** is going on? Oh, these? Don't worry about these. These are just blood waterfalls emerging from glaciers. It's just a normal thing, guys. In Antarctica's McMurdo Dry Valleys, which, if McMurdo rings a bell, you've probably seen The Thing, my favorite movie of all time, and favorite example of cosmic war. In this dry valley, something bleeds from the ice. The blood falls, as they're called, look like crimson waterfalls of blood. They're pouring from a glacier called the Taylor Glacier, and the red liquid stains the white ice red. And for over a century, nobody knew why. They were just like, it's probably hell down there. But it isn't hell. It's somehow actually more strange than that. It is ancient seawater that's been trapped beneath the glacier for 5 million years. It's just leaking out of it, and it's red. And it isn't just old salt water, it's got living things in it. Now, the red color comes from iron oxide, but the iron oxide isn't occurring from the oxidation of iron in the normal process. It's being produced by bacteria. Those bacteria I mentioned that have strange interactions with metal. They eat the metal, they feed on the metal, and then they produce iron oxide. How? Why? What in the heck? Oh, these little rascals have also been sealed in complete darkness for millions of years with no sunlight, no oxygen, and no connection to the surface world. But Somehow they've just survived down there and created their own ecosystem where they can transform iron into sulfur compounds and use that for energy. The process by which they're doing this, scientists are still trying to understand. To be fair, they're really far away and hard to get to, so it makes sense as to why it's so difficult. So yeah, that's unbelievable. These things use sulfur and iron to live, and they don't use the sun like everything else that lives. They're chemosynthetic extremophiles is what they're actually called if you want to Google those words. I promise you won't get put on any lists. I said I made it pluralize. It's lists. Okay, that's right. Lists. No, lists. I can't say that. So yeah, a little blood coming out of the ground, no big deal. Scientists have also detected massive geothermal activity beneath Antarctica that doesn't match any geological model of the climate as well. Published research shows that heat flux near the South Pole measuring twice the expected values. Now that might not sound that dramatic, but
Some big old ice worm swimming around on there.
So yeah, a little blood coming out of the ground, no big deal. Scientists have also detected massive geothermal activity beneath Antarctica that doesn't match any geological model of the climate as well. Published research shows that heat flux near the South Pole measuring twice the expected values. Now that might not sound that dramatic, but it does represent millions of watts of unexplained energy generation. Is it those little extremophile chemosynthetic fellows chewing on sulfur and iron? Who the f knows? Something is producing massive amounts of heat deep beneath the ice, creating vast underground hot water systems and caverns that we're only beginning to map. Ground-penetrating radar and geological surveys have revealed enormous voids beneath the Antarctica ice sheet. Not small air pockets, but cavities large enough to contain entire cities, and they're not natural formations. Halo reference. They're spaces that have been carved out by sustained heat sources that shouldn't exist according to our current understanding of Antarctic geology. This cave is not a natural formation. The heat signatures don't match volcanic activity, radioactive decay, or any other known geothermal process. They're too large, too organized, and too purposeful, to be honest. Whatever's generating these things, this heat, it's been active for a very long time, and it's quietly reshaping the subworld, Antarctica from below. Okay, guys? That's a bit conspiratorial, but something is going on in there, and we don't really know exactly what it is, because it's so far away and so deep. And recent satellite measurements show that ice is melting from underneath at an accelerating rate, which isn't due to climate change. It's from an internal heat source that science is having a difficult time explaining, which, by the way, is how science works. That's very normal. Or it's because it's an alien. But haven't you seen?
Ooh.
Haven't you seen the thing? Some pretty odd things going on in Antarctica. I think I might go to check it out. Just kidding. Time to venture into darker territory. So the purpose of Act 1 was to show you some very interesting things in regard to Antarctica that are completely real and we have a hard time explaining. Act 2 is more of that, but like a lot crazy. Between 1938 and 1939, Nazi Germany conducted a massive expedition to Antarctica, and they weren't there for the scenery. They were there for the vril. They were on their way to Hyperborean. This operation was led by Captain Alfred Richer. He led it aboard the ship the Schwabenland, Okay, guys, you've probably heard of Schwabenland. These fellas on this expedition systematically mapped over 350,000 square kilometers of Antarctic territory, flying reconnaissance missions, dropping thousands of metal Nazi markers bearing swastikas to claim the land for the Third Reich. Schwabenland, New Schwabenland, New Schwabia. What the is Schwabia? Da wo man zusammen große Worte sind da. Sind wir alle irgendwann wieder hin. They called this area that they put their little markers down on New Schwabenland, or New Swabia, which is a region in southern Germany and Bavaria. Where my family's from, guys, Bavaria. This wasn't a small scientific expedition. It was a territorial conquest. Nazis big into territorial conquests. So why were the Nazis up in New Schwaben? They were there officially to establish whaling stations and to obviously just secure more territory for Germany. But some people theorize they may have built something much darker around these documented facts. The theory is that the Nazis discovered warm water areas heated by geothermal vents and established a secret base called Base 211. That's the theory. And according to this theory, Base 211 became a refuge for high-ranking Nazis after the defeat of Germany in 1945. A development center for advanced technology, including the Vril-powered Flying Bell, the Acorn. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? I haven't seen it, but I've seen of it. I've seen it around, or whatever. This is what people believe Base 211 looked like. A secret Nazi hideaway in Antarctica, or Neutral. All right. Is it real? I'm not sure. We do know that they went up there. Okay, we do know that they put their little things. I believe some of them are still up there. There is more documented evidence post-war, by the way, of U-boats and submarines turning up where they shouldn't necessarily have been, and some people believe that they stopped in Antarctica on their way to Argentina. I don't know. It's a pretty deep rabbit hole. This video is more just about Antarctica. Now on to post-war. In 1946, just 1 year after the Nazi-German surrender, the United States launched Operation High Jump under Admiral Richard E. Byrd. I've talked about this multiple times on my channel, and everybody knows this. And most people have heard of this story. It was a fairly large scientific expedition, a massive military operation involving 4,700 personnel, 13 ships, 33 aircraft, doing what was officially described as a training exercise that was just remarkably well armed. The operation was planned to last 8 months, but it ended abruptly after just 8 weeks. Official reports cite harsh weather conditions and equipment failures, but the sudden termination of something so large-scale has fueled decades of speculation. The theory, and people often cite alleged statements by Admiral Richard E. Byrd. Okay, they say he encountered hostile forces or advanced aircraft. There's a very famous story of him, being taken by a UFO into the middle of the earth, into the hollow earth, and speaking to white Nordic aliens that had swastikas all around them and saying, "You can't do it. It's over. You need to be a good guy." So Operation High Jump, totally real, very strange, but it's what people often cite statements by Admiral Byrd after the event. That is what the real mystery is. There is allegedly a secret journal, a secret diary that details Admiral Byrd's encounter with white Nordic aliens that took him into the hollow earth that was only accessible through Antarctica. Beautiful green trees, green grass, blue skies, better something for the day I die. With big white tall aliens, long beautiful hair, and there's just swastikas everywhere, and they say, telepathically of course, "Do not use nuclear bombs. We are not Nazis, we are aliens. We are good guys," and stuff. People attribute that to him. There's apparently a secret diary, but a lot of this stuff appears to be just entirely fabricated, to be honest. But that is the story. Now, something incredible was documented during Operation High Jump. On January 30th, 1947, Lieutenant Commander David Bunger, pretty cool name, was flying a reconnaissance mission when he spotted something that defied traditional explanation of the Antarctic geography. A vast area of ice-free land with blue and green lakes in the middle of Antarctica. Not trees necessarily, but a significant discovery nonetheless. This discovery was so significant that Admiral Byrd himself called it by far the most important discovery of the expedition. That's before they gave up after 8 weeks. Bunger landed his seaplane on one of the lakes, and the water temperature was 38 degrees Fahrenheit, which is remarkably warm for Antarctica. And the lakes were filled with colored algae, and the surrounding area contained flowing water and a landscape that none of them had ever really seen before, and Burt described it as looking like a landscape on another planet. Here's pictures of it. So, it's called Bunger Oasis. It's a real documented photographed area, and it has a warm ice-free zone, one of the very few in Antarctica. So that's really interesting. Now imagine them getting sucked into a hole and their seaplane gets redirected by a flying disc and there's white people.
Be right back.
With long hair, and they're saying, or whatever the fuck they say. How about what looks like pyramids? Am I right? Very strange. Modern satellite imagery has revealed some intriguing features across Antarctica. Users of Google Earth have documented what appears to be pyramids. Geometric structures, formations 180 feet wide by 230 feet tall, with straight surfaces that look artificial. Very strange things to see in an ice continent. Plus, the formations seem to remain ice-free in spite of Antarctic conditions. They're too regular and too geometric to be natural formations. And unfortunately, they're too isolated and inaccessible to be investigated properly, especially not by public media. Something also disturbing is when people try to verify the coordinates of these formations online, they often find the locations have been removed, the images have been removed. Just across the board, information has been removed from public access or has been digitally obscured when it comes to these geometric things in Antarctica. Also, Antarctica has become a bit of a hotspot for UFO sightings. Research station personnel, pilots, and tourists have all reported unusual phenomena, which is just kind of normal now. Disc-shaped objects emerging from the ice, lights moving at impossible speeds, structured objects caught on security cameras, things like that. Bizarre, unexplainable things. And the world of the Antarctic pyramids and Antarctic UFOs collides. In 2018, a Google Earth user claimed to have discovered what appeared to be a massive entrance in the Antarctic ice. And when people tried to verify the location, they found that the coordinates had been removed from public access, and images of it had been digitally destroyed. But luckily, I have one here in this video. Probably, I don't know what Tara put up there. Thank you though, Tara, I really appreciate it. And aside from that, scientists have also detected strange radio signals emanating from beneath the ice. An experiment called the Antarctic Impulsive Transient Antenna experiment recorded unusual radio bursts coming from under the ice that don't match any known natural phenomena. And to this day, those signals appear to violate our current scientific understanding of particle physics. These radio waves are being detected from below the horizon, which is not possible to detect radio signals from below the horizon. I don't know a lot about particle physics, to be honest, but it's just bizarre. What the f*** is happening, and why don't more people talk about it? Pardon me for continuing to connect all these theories, by the way, the alien geometry radio theory connects to the Nazi theory as well. Some geniuses, theorists, propose that the advanced technology that was allegedly developed at Base 211 during World War II was actually reverse engineered from extraterrestrial crafts. And these geniuses suggest that Antarctica serves as a kind of neutral zone where world governments could interact with alien civilizations hidden completely from the public view and beneath the ice. There isn't really a lot of credible evidence, but there is consistent reports of unusual aerial phenomena and some very unexplained, unexpected things. And it does make sense. If you were to cast aside all doubt, humans, aliens on the same planet, let's say, and to prevent worldwide hysteria, because I know I'd be hysterical if some aliens showed up, I'd be like, ah! Ah! No, I'd handle it. I've been prepping my little bro here. I would offer him to them. To prevent hysteria, just hang out with them in Antarctica. Just hang out with them in Antarctica. Just don't even worry about hanging out with them like at Trump Tower or whatever at Mar-a-Lago or Wendy's or some shit. I don't know, Disneyland. Hang out with them where nobody can see, and then there will be no problems because no one will see. The public will not know, and it will all be fine. There's also the Hollow Earth theory, which I need to make an entire video about this because there's a lot of really interesting sub-stories in and around the Hollow Earth that are... I mean, they're interesting. Let's be real. They're very interesting. The Hollow Moon, already talked about that. It's scientifically explainable. But the most enduring theory in regard to Antarctica is probably the Hollow Earth theory. It's a theory that suggests our planet contains a habitable inner world, which is accessible through openings at the poles. One in the south, it's where Admiral Byrd flew his little suppository craft in, and one at the north. There are several pieces of evidence that geniuses point to when discussing the Hollow Earth. Admiral Byrd's alleged alien encounters, number one, unusual aurora phenomenon in Antarctica and magnetic anomalies that can cause navigation equipment to malfunction, and satellite imagery that shows missing data around the poles. It's like, they're hiding it! Ah! Good! I don't want to know about that shit. I'd rather just be a peon and just love my family and stuff, you know? Life ain't that bad. I don't need to know about aliens. By the way, we checked. The poles are blurry on Google Earth. It's missing blurred data. I'm not sure. That's not what poles look like. I don't assume they look blurry, okay? I don't think you go there and it's all blurred out. There's a lot of blurred spots on the South and North Pole. I don't know. I mean, I guess I know why. Military installation or whatever. Who's gonna be like, what? There's like, you can see military bases in the United States and like, what? Who? Don't blur that. You're gonna scare me. You're gonna scare the host. Now, of course, scientists explain the blurring as a limitation of satellite orbits, but I and my fellow geniuses interpret these gaps as evidence of hidden openings in the Hollow Earth and/or conspiracies. Okay, guys. And the Hollow Earth isn't really even a new idea. The Greeks had the concept of Hades, the Buddhists believed in Agartha. Human cultures for a very long time have imagined vast worlds beneath the feet, us poor surface dwellers. And Antarctica, with its unexplored depths beneath miles of ice, provides the perfect canvas for this dream, this hidden world of monsters or whatever. So the Nazis went to Antarctica, Operation High Jump really happened, satellite imagery shows missing data on the visual appearance of Antarctica from the satellite view. There is things that defy particle physics and our understanding of it in terms of hearing radio waves. Ding, 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 ding. Lots of weird stuff going on. There's also the ice wall theory, which I think deserves its own video, because that is like a... there's some... I could probably get into contact with a pilot. I know a pilot who believes that that's it. Resources that are contained in the continent of Antarctica. until 2048. And that's just 23 years away. And when that treaty expires, a vote of 75% of signatory nations could potentially open Antarctica up for resource extraction. So a lot of the caginess and secrecy and desire to go there makes more sense when you consider the following. Antarctica contains an estimated 200 billion barrels of oil, which is more than Saudi Arabia. Its mineral wealth includes gold, platinum, rare earth elements, neodymium, little tiny alien bacteria that can turn iron into sulfur and iron oxide. Plus, coal reserves there dwarf our existing deposits, and Antarctica holds 70% of the world's fresh water locked in ice. It's an unbelievably valuable source of resources. It's potentially priceless. So there's the preventatory measure of the Madrid Protocol, and on top of that, current extraction costs make it economically unviable to utilize Antarctica for resource extraction. Because if it's real, it's going to happen eventually. But why is there a massive military presence? Why are there nations positioning themselves for 2048 if resources aren't even accessible? Why do people care so much about Antarctica, aside from it being a desolate place and then wanting to do experiments out there? That sort of stuff. Why? Why not just do it in my backyard? And pay me something. I'll let you do it if you pay me. It's not nearly as cold in my backyard. Just come on. I'm kind of the Clint Eastwood of conspiracy theories. You want to know why? Apparently the year that Brokeback Mountain came out, it was reported that Clint Eastwood hadn't actually seen the movie. He would not vote on it, which would eventually prevent Brokeback Mountain from receiving a nomination for Best Picture at the Oscars. And much like Clint Eastwood, I also don't want to spend my professional time watching Kissing. Just kidding. It's my favorite thing. By the way, it is possible to go to Antarctica if you want to. If you're not a military guy or a researcher of some kind, you can go as a tourist. There are ways to do it. You're looking at tens of thousands of dollars minimum, but the cost to get in isn't the real barrier. It's the actual permits to get in. Every commercial operator must work through IAATO, the International Association of Antarctica Tour Operators. And through that, only 100 people are allowed ashore at any time from cruise ships. And every landing site must be pre-approved, and every activity must be monitored. So you're allowed to explore Antarctica about as much as you're allowed to explore North Korea, something like that. You're taking a carefully choreographed tour of exactly what you are allowed to see. Now, if you think you can charter your own expedition, you'll need permits from your home country, environmental impact assessments, proof of insurance that most companies won't provide, with search and rescue guarantees that are unbelievably expensive. Antarctica is a system that is designed to keep average people out, and it seems like, for reasons that are suspicious and confusing. Not exactly environmental reasons. The biggest fortress in Antarctica is not a geometric shape of aliens or some kind of military base from the United States. It's the legal fortress there. 7 nations have claims on pieces of Antarctica: Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom. Some of these claims are overlapping, which could cause international incidents, but they don't, because of Article 4 of the Antarctic Treaty freezes all territorial disputes as of the time. You notice that I didn't mention that America had a claim, or Nazi Germany had a claim, or the Russians, even though they're all there. Well, the Nazis aren't. They're gone. It's because nobody can officially own Antarctica, but there are 7 nations who claimed it first, who kind of get to act like they do own it when it comes to controlling their sectors. It's a legal maze. It's very confusing. So let's say you want to investigate something in the British Antarctic territory. You need permission from the UK. But if the UK doesn't officially own it because of the treaty, then they don't really have any control, but they control access because of their claim, but other nations don't recognize the claim because of the treaty? I don't understand it. It's very difficult to understand. You just can't get permission to go because a bureaucratic deadlock. It's perfect for keeping people out. Oh yeah, China's also there, and they've been rapidly expanding from 0 to now 5 Antarctic bases just in the last few decades. They call it research, but it looks like resource mapping. It's exactly what they did in what they're doing in Africa. The U.S. operates 3 year-round stations and flies military cargo planes to Antarctica regularly. Russia maintains several bases and conducts operations that have nothing at all to do with penguins. They don't exactly seem like research programs. It's occupying forces maintaining strategic positions, waiting for 2048 when they can extract resources. It seems like. McMurdo Base, by the way, is the largest research station in Antarctica. It is operated by Raytheon, which is a defense contractor that's behind advanced weapon systems. So, why is the biggest research base in Antarctica operated by a defense contractor? I don't know. And we'll never know. Born secret and all that. So when someone tells you Antarctica is off limits for environmental protection, immediately make fun of them and say, if so, then why does the legal framework look exactly like the framework that you would want to create if you wanted to maintain exclusive access to something incredibly valuable while realistically being able to keep everyone else locked out? Ask them that, and do it in like a mock.
What the fuck is that? What would... Oh, I guess it would go through, but it's a needle, I mean. What is that for? Like birds? CO2, oh yeah. Says that. What the fuck? What is that even for? I keep putting shit got wild. This is what Cupid uses after visiting Chicago on Valentine's Day. Yeah, poison would be the most viable. What would make sense to me, I guess.
Imagine I'm an artifact in the Vatican behind hundreds of miles of locked doors. The smallest country on Earth houses the oldest continuously operating institution and guards priceless treasures beyond miles of locked doors. And the area sits upon what was once narrow circus where early Christians were martyred.
I can't watch it all. I'm gonna have to head to bed. Night, y'all. If anybody's out there, I love ya. Thank you for watching. Have a great day, and I will be on tomorrow, I guess. I might do some work. We'll see if I'm feeling up to it or not. Peace out. Much love, y'all. Be safe.